BMW Cubs Pregame Live.
Finally, the sun is out at Wrigley Field. Could it be because of the big victory yesterday? Cubs and Marlins are all even at 1 game apiece. Game 3 coming up at the top of the hour in an early matinee on the north side. Hello and welcome to BMW Cubs Pregame Live. We hope you're awake by now. Gail Fisher and Todd Hollinsworth with you, kicking off a full day of sports. If you want to watch the Bulls and Hawks playoff games later, also on Comcast Sportsnet, it's also Kentucky Derby Saturday here. All right, the Cubs have a chance to build some momentum now from that win yesterday. And Todd, I guess we're going to see what they do with it today.
Well, that's been their problem so far. They've put up, had games to gain momentum. Offense starts rolling one game, big offensive output, and they just have kind of come out the next day and been kind of a dud. We're hoping that today is that day where they just kind of capitalize on all that transpired yesterday. Ryan Theriot, grand slam, 620 at bats between home runs, grand slam. I mean, everything just set itself up for heroics. Things turned out well yesterday, but they have to capitalize on that momentum.
Well, the Cubs put 8 runs on the board yesterday, so let's see if they can keep it going today. And for more on this matchup, let's head live to Wrigley Field and join Luke Stuckmeyer. Luke, finally a dry day at the ballpark.
Oh, it is beautiful at the ballpark today. Cubs fell behind 5-1 yesterday, as you guys mentioned. Finally scored some runs. They came out of hibernation with that offense, but it's really been hit or miss all season long. In fact, in all 11 wins this year for the Cubs, they've scored 4 or more runs in those 11 wins. So when they get going, they really get going. And today, Lou Piniella would like to see those hot bats be contagious.
Well, let's hope so. You know, we had a really good game in Arizona, the second one. And then the third day, we didn't do very well. So let's hope that today there's some follow-through. We need to put some runs on the board a few days in a row and get this offense cranked up a little bit.
It was good to come out with a win, obviously. And, to win in that fashion is definitely good. Can definitely be a momentum builder.
And that Ryan Theriot grand slam sparked it all yesterday. His first career grand slam, more than 600 at-bats without a home run for Ryan Theriot. His teammates are giving him a little bit of grief today. Some of the teammates saying, wow, Theriot's been pumping a lot of iron lately.
We're going to have to hear about that the rest of the year. It's unbelievable. All he does is buys and tries anyway. So now he thinks he's a power hitter.
Ryan Theriot, the big star yesterday. You noticed his gun's getting a little bit bigger?
I noticed his head getting a lot bigger. I noticed that. I haven't really noticed his guns getting any bigger, but I definitely noticed his head getting bigger, so hopefully he can keep it going.
Is Ryan wearing smaller shirts or his arms getting bigger?
I think it's the smaller shirts, but he's in there every day working on them. That's one of his things. I read D-Lee said that he likes to do biceps and triceps, and that's absolutely true. He's been doing that since college, so that's his thing.
And, of course, Mike Fontenot has some power of his own. He has 4 home runs this year. Milton Bradley's not going to play in right field today. Lou Piniella says, you know what, I'm just giving him a day off. Hoffpower's in for his offense in right field today. And as far as Aramis Ramirez goes, he's not quite ready, but Lou Piniella says, you know what, he's pretty close. So, I don't know, maybe we'll see him tomorrow. But they didn't put a day on it. They're just saying right now, Aramis Ramirez really close to coming back to this lineup. And, boy, the offense could use him. Gail?
Yeah, it would be great to see him back soon. All right, Luke, thank you very much. Enjoy the game. We look forward to your report later on Sports Night. Okay. Yeah, I can imagine, Todd, as Ryan Theriot's in the weight room, 901.
Well, as great as that is, that really has a chance to be a pivotal point in the season. It's something that, Ryan, we're going to look back and, everybody might rib Ryan a little bit about it and, the guns and whatnot. But, it really does have a chance to be a turning point for the season if, in fact, the Cubs lineup, again, grabs that momentum and runs with it. They turn it into, just like you heard Lou say, turn it into something. They've had games where they've just exploded offensively, and then they would come out the next day and they just kind of are dead. There has been no consistency. Here we are again. They're at this point. They had a great opportunity to do something today, and if they can go out there today and get it done offensively, they'll be good.
And the fact that it did come from an unlikely source just sort of adds to the fun. Lighten up the clubhouse a little bit. Guys can laugh again and have some some fun, and I think that too will make.
Well, it definitely takes the edge off. It takes the edge off in the clubhouse. Everybody's worrying about picking up themselves, picking up their teammates, the offense picking up the defense, and everybody trying to play better with all the everything that's gone on in that clubhouse so far. It definitely lightens up the mood a little bit, and coming from an unlikely source makes it brings humor back, and humor has been missing from that clubhouse because there's just been so much expectation for this team, and it hasn't produced. I mean, I've heard on national publications who's been the biggest disappointment this year so far. Well, the Cubs haven't lived up to the billing. Well, they haven't, but the thing about it is they're 11-11, and that's not so bad.
And they can turn it all around starting today. Well, we've been talking about the Cubs offense all season, the lack of run production, but as we look at their last 6 games, you're going to see it's all or nothing with this team. When they win, they're putting up big numbers, 8, 10, 11 runs, and when they lose, they score 2 or less. So maybe just throw up 4 or 5 every day could help even this out a little bit.
So much tells the story, not only about this Cubs team, but about this Cubs offense. It's been all or nothing. They've been going out there, and if you were lucky enough to be playing that day, you're going home feeling pretty good about yourself. I mean, the players, they seem to kind of get it together. They gel, they produce together, they put hits together, they score runs together, and then a day later, you're looking at 2 runs on 2 hits, 2 solo home runs, and nothing else. No other hits, no walks, no nothing. I mean, no ability to come back. No, it's like the pitching has been wasted. I mean, it's just there's been nothing. So again, I mean, these are alarming. They're easy to pick out. They're statistics that we see and that we analyze. But when we look at it, the bottom line is they have got to get more consistent offensively. The numbers don't lie.
And I suppose you do have to give some credit to the opposing pitcher, depending on who was pitching in that game, but still more consistency.
Well, I mean, there's just been an awful lot of numbers. I mean, 9-6 against teams with winning records, 2-5 against teams that with records under 500. I mean, what that tells me is that this Cubs team holds the destiny. They hold the key to their fate. They're not getting beat by teams that are better than them. They're getting beat by teams that are just capitalizing on their mistakes and their lack of offensive production or the mistakes that they're making on defense. They're not playing superior teams. They're giving games away, essentially.
Yes. All right. Well, the Cubs starting pitchers have been a little spotty as well this season. Good one outing, not so good the next. So if there's a trend on that, that means Ted Lilly should be on his game today because he's coming off of a bad outing. Let's take a look at today's starters. Lilly is 2-2 on the year. He opposes Anibal Sanchez. And Lilly coming off of a tough outing in Arizona. His previous 2 starts, though, were pretty good. So it's not like he's had a tough season all year here.
No, for Ted today, the key for Ted is his fastball. Bottom line, he needs to set his off-speed pitches up, which are his bread and butter. If he can put his fastball on the outside, if he can put it on the inside corner, if he can put it in the top and the bottom of the zone, he can set his off-speed pitches up well. He has success. That's his MO, and that's what he does, and that's what he needs to do. His 2 bad outings this year, he had lacked the ability to put his fastball where he needed to put it. He ended up using a lot of pitches early in counts, high pitch totals, and was out of the game early.
And ironically, by the way, his 1 bad outing was in Houston, and he got a W in that one, and then he pitched a really good game after that and took a loss.
That's
so
right.
it really does matter on the offense as well. The one thing, he doesn't pitch well against Florida. We noticed he's 0-4 against the Marlins lifetime, but he does pitch well at Wrigley Field so far.
It's going to be an interesting day. There's no doubt about that. So far, 1-1 at Wrigley this year. 0 earned run average. Has not given up an earned run average at Wrigley yet this year in 2 games. 10 strikeouts and I believe about 13 innings. He's dominated at home. At the same time, he's playing Florida today, who's had his number 0-4 in his career against the Florida Marlins.
And as far as Anibal Sanchez goes, I'm assuming we just want those Cub hitters to stay aggressive with him as well.
Absolutely. He's a corner guy. He works to both sides of the plate. He's got a good slider, but I mean, to him, it's a sinker. He's trying to set it up. He's got a good slider / curveball. But again, he's basically similar to Ted from the right-handed, being right-handed. He doesn't have blow you away stuff, but he has got to have pinpoint control in order to be successful.
All right. It will be Anibal Sanchez against Ted Lilly on the mound. Game 3 between the Cubs and Marlins. We have to take our first time out. When we return, we'll take a look at Lou Piniella's starting lineup for today's ball game. And Cub fans hope Giovanni Soto's bat is starting to heat up. The catcher had 2 hits. The catcher had 2 hits yesterday in the win over the Marlins. Stay with us.
Update your home with vinyl molding from Menards. It doesn't rot, split, or peel, and it's easy to install. 7-foot stop seals out moisture, dust, heat, and cold, only $4.88. 7-foot jam trim is only $11.99. 8-foot brick mold is great for around doors and windows, $7.99. Protect windows and doors with Quad Sealant. This all-weather exterior sealant stays flexible and won't fade. It has excellent adhesion to most surfaces in 6 colors, only $2.98 each after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
Okay. No, you don't need. We don't need that. Yes, next week.
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray hair, and can take you to a more interesting place.
Who's that?
My husband.
Just for Men.
Performance now is all about logic. That some cars cost as much as $1,500 to maintain is one thing. That others cost even more is quite another. That a BMW costs you nothing to maintain defies all logic whatsoever. And in turn, makes it the most logical choice of all. Performance now is the 3 Series. Now you have more options to get the BMW you've always wanted.
I'm Faye McClure, Vice President of Strategic Marketing for Farmers Insurance. Farmers is proud to be the sponsor of diversity programming on Comcast Sportsnet. To learn more about our diversity initiatives, please visit iChooseFarmers.com.
Welcome to the stadium on a beautiful day for baseball. And folks, today,
Simplicity lawn and garden tractors are made like no other tractor in the world.
the field looks just tremendous.
With Simplicity's exclusive free-floating mower deck with full-width rollers, they can transform an ordinary grass area into a beautiful, professional-looking surface. Even if it's just your backyard.
Rebates are now available on select tractors and zero turns until May 9th.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
It's a beautiful day for baseball as the fans start piling in at Wrigley Field and sitting atop the rooftops as well. The Cubs and Marlins Game 3 coming your way at the top of the hour. Ted Lilly looking for win number 3 on the year. Welcome back to BMW Cubs Pregame Live. The Cubs offense is starting to come alive, and like most teams that get off to slow starts, things start to heat up as the weather heats up, and the month of May is usually when the temperatures start to rise. So let's hope that makes a big difference. Let's take a look at the Cubs starting lineup for today. And as we've talked about, it's been feast or famine with these Cub hitters. Interesting to note, though, they have homered in 5 of their last 6 games. Now, Luke Stuckmeyer pointed out that Milton Bradley not in the lineup, so you see that there. Michael Hoffpauir will play right field, and he will bat behind Derek Lee. Now, Todd Lupinella said last time Hoffpauir was in right field, he had some defensive mishaps that he was going to go for the defense more than the offense, but today he changed his mind.
Well, that shows you that the offense wins out. There's 5 left-handed hitters in that lineup today. They are looking for offensive momentum. They had a game yesterday in which they could capitalize on that. Again, you heard Lou say early on in the show, we've got to do this on a regular basis. We can't bust out and score 8 runs, shut it down for a game or 2, and then bust out another 8. I mean, the season's going to be over before the All-Star break. They've got to find a way to be more consistent. What do? You get 5 left-handers in the lineup today against Anibal Sanchez, a guy whose numbers have been good against right-handers, not against left-handers. You give your guys, despite defensive inadequacies, the opportunity to go out there and hopefully be productive offensively, and he'll worry about the defense maybe in the 7th, 8th, or 9th innings. But hopefully they'll get something going on the offensive side, score some runs early, maybe get a lead behind Ted Lilly, and roll the dice later in the game as opposed to always having to seem to come back here lately.
Right. Well, Giovanni Soto has been in, of course, a big slump all season long, and he had a couple of hits yesterday. And, you know, Todd, we have talked about the fact that you cannot break out of these things in just one game. It doesn't happen overnight. What do you look for in a player in his at-bats to see if he's starting to come around?
Well, it's the quality of the at-bat. It's how he goes about it. It's not Giovanni Soto going up there, you know, each game, you know, his numbers are down. He's trying to get it all back. He's seeing 5 pitches and throwing 4 singles out there. That's not what we're looking for. People who are looking at him to grade him and his hitting coach and his manager. How is he getting out of the slump? It's the quality of the at-bat. Is he seeing good pitches? Is he taking strikes? It's not always, you don't have to go up there and swing at every strike. Every strike is not your strike as an offensive player. There's some pitches where, you know, you've got hot zones and cold zones, and a lot of, you know, people can throw strikes in your cold zones and they can still be strikes. He's got to know what his strengths are. As soon as he starts to realize that, he gets comfortable. He's not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. He's not afraid to hit deep in the count. Early on in the season, he was swinging early and he was swinging often. He was making a lot of quick outs. Right now, yesterday was a good example of that. He saw an awful lot of pitches. That last base hit that he had, I want to say he saw 7 or 8 pitches. He worked the count. He was down in the count, worked himself back into a positive count, into a 3-2 count after falling down 1-2, and was able to line that base hit to left field. That is a great at-bat. He laid off tough pitches. He laid off pitchers' pitches. At the same time, he was still being aggressive. You don't want to go up there and be passive. You are going to have to hit. You are going to have to find a way to succeed. But there's the right way to do it. You can't just get it all back at one time.
Derek Lee is another guy who had a couple of hits. Looks like he's starting to come around. He's been hard on himself, as he said the other night after the game, as far as just not producing for the team. Is there some extra pressure on D. Lee, not just to get a hit, a single, but he's supposed to be an RBI guy given where he bats in the order, and people like to think he's a power guy too. Is that add a little extra pressure? We don't just want a bunch of ground out, you know, singles from you. We want you to be hitting for power.
This is Chicago. This is Chicago, and the expectations are high. Expectations are high in that clubhouse, and when a team is struggling, there's going to be problems. There's going to be expectations coming from everywhere. There's expectations in the media. There's expectations from the fans, from your manager, from your hitting coach, from your defense, from your offense. It's everywhere. Nobody is going to put more pressure on any one hitter than the hitter puts on himself. Derek Lee has taken on a lot. He's been the big guy in that clubhouse and said, listen, you can put it on me at times. The bottom line is, in order to be productive, you have to start to eliminate that pressure. You have to find the small victories before you can find the big ones. So it's not going to do Derek any good to go out there and just try and hit home runs to appease the crowd or to say, this is who I'm supposed to be. Derek has to be who he has to be. And right now, he like Giovanni Soto, has to find a way to be productive on an everyday basis. Don't even worry about the home runs. Go out there and find a way to get a couple hits that day, maybe a walk. The home runs will come. Home runs, you can't try to hit them. You just got to let them happen.
All right, well, let's take a look at the Marlins starting lineup. This is who Ted Lilly will have to contend with. A lot of dangerous hitters in this lineup, including Hanley Ramirez. But Jorge Cantu seems to be the big concern right now, since he has 12 RBI in his last 4 games.
Yes, this is definitely a lineup that can be productive. But again, much like the Cubs, they are very, very streaky. One guy to keep your eye on, Dan Uglas, had some success against Ted Lilly's, I believe, 2 hits, 2 home runs. He's a guy that I'm sure Ted's very well aware of today, and he's going to do his best to contain him, the righties. But the lefties, Ted has been awfully tough on the lefties this year, and I know Jeremy Hermida's had some success against them, but all of this is in short term. Most of these at-bats have been 4 and 5 at-bats over Ted's career and these young Marlin hitters' careers, so there isn't that much of a track record. You know, I think there's a couple guys who've got 4 or 5 hits, but if Ted goes out there and pitches his game today, if he puts his fastball where he wants, for me, that's what Ted is all about. If he has got his control and he keeps his walks down and he has got his fastball, and the reason I say that, it's not that his fastball is his best pitch, it's that his off-speed stuff is his best pitch, and that's his, his curveball and his slider and his changeup. But what he has to do is he has to set those pitches up. He can't rely on them heavily. If he doesn't have his fastball, he won't have success.
All right, well, after saying he was extremely concerned about his team's hitting on Thursday night, skipper Lou Piniella was certainly more encouraged yesterday. Piniella addressed the media a short time ago at Wrigley and talked about today's starter, Ted Lilly.
He's had some really good games, and he's had some so-so games. Let's hope today it's a good one. Yeah, we need a good pitch game. We've been in our bullpen a lot here the last 3 games or so, so we could use 7 good innings from Lilly and go from there.
All right, well, Game 3 of the series between the Cubs and Marlins comes your way at the top of the hour. After a quick timeout, we'll focus on the Cubs bullpen. who really came through yesterday with 4 1/3 innings of shutout ball.
He does strike out 3.
Guests on Cubs Pregame Live receive gift certificates to Harry Carey's legendary Italian steakhouse, located in Chicago, Rosemont, and Lombard.
This spring, take a break with Blue Man Group. Special spring shows added.
Vice President of Strategic Marketing for Farmers Insurance. Farmers is proud to be the sponsor of diversity programming on Comcast Sportsnet. To learn more about our diversity initiatives, please visit iChooseFarmers.com.
When shopping for the lowest price on a new Chevy, visit JerryHaggertyChevrolet.com. You're guaranteed to have an informative and hassle-free experience. Jerry Haggerty Chevrolet has been serving the Glen Ellen community for over 20 years. For value and integrity, it has to be Haggerty.
I like working at Fitness Express because you can help people get into shape and work out and just have a really good time.
I was looking at other clubs, picked this one for the great prices. I really like the equipment and I like the people that were very personable.
I like it because I'm very comfortable here. You find all types of people here and you don't have to be dressed in the latest sporting clothes. You can wear whatever you want.
For us, it's just a great place to work out and, you know, live that healthy lifestyle.
My name is John Waddell, and I'm the head golf professional at Palmer Hills Golf Course. It is easy to use On Media for advertising because there is help out there for you. On Media helped us target our demographic better than what some of the other advertising routes would. I like the fact that people tell me when they see our commercial, and it helps us to track our advertising dollars, which in a lot of advertising is very hard to do.
Hi, I'm Shawn A. Tabor. Call me for more information on cable advertising.
Sports Night, every night on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. And now, it's time for the Stay in the Game Hold of the Day, brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color.
Here's a look at our Just for Men Hair Color Stay in the Game Hold spotlight. A pair of Cubs registered holds in yesterday's game. Neil Kotz pitched a scoreless 7th inning, striking out a pair of Marlins. While Carlos Marmo came on in the 8th. He walked the first 2 men he faced, then struck out the next 3 to earn his 4th hold of the season.
Just as these middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men Hair Color.
The Cubs need a team effort from the pitchers and the hitters in order to beat Florida today. The series is all even at 1 game apiece. Game 3 live from Wrigley in HD coming your way shortly. And welcome back to BMW Cubs Pregame Live. And yes, the Cubs bullpen has been a topic all season long, and not for the right reasons, though. But yesterday, David Patton picked up his first Major League victory. We saw who got the holds for the team, and then Kevin Gregg comes in and gets a save. And Neil Kotz was solid as well. So can they continue their rhythm right now? Hopefully settling down as we take a look at some numbers. We talked a little bit yesterday, Todd, about the high ERAs. Here you see also the number of hits. They give up about a hit per inning, and walks actually should be on here because walks have been a problem as well. But yesterday, the guys get out of their own jams.
Yes, lots of hits, lots of walks. These guys have put pressure on themselves. I'm sure that they're feeling the pressure of everything that's kind of been going on with this team. But the key to that bullpen is believing in each other, believing in your stuff, and going out there and being effective. I think yesterday was a great game for this bullpen, and I don't say that because of the obvious numbers. 4 1/3 innings of scoreless baseball. That's great. That's fine. That's dandy. But here's the reason why. It was a game in which they came in. They were trailing. They were behind most of this game. So the early innings of this bullpen, they were able to. There was no pressure. They were just merely going out there trying to be effective, trying to go out there, make their pitches, do what they needed to do. to have success. They weren't worrying about keeping a 3-3 ball game, keeping things under control, walking the first batter, a lot of the things that we've seen. That's why it really actually was a good game, and it could be a hidden blessing if this team can catapult, this bullpen can catapult itself and find that energy and that momentum. You saw so many good things down there. Carlos Marmol comes out last couple outings. I mean, he walks the first 2 guys again, and then he seems to find it and ends up striking out the next 3 hitters. So this bullpen is good. I like what you have down there. You've got differences. You've got, you know, some guys throw over the top. Some, you know, Carlos is on the side. You've got hard throwers. You've got, you know, Greg. I mean, your 8th inning guy throws a little bit harder than your closer. I mean, you know, there's things down there that are very interesting and make it hard for an opposing offense. But if you've got to throw strikes, and for me, I mean, the base on balls, and I'm sure just about anybody would tell you, the base on balls are what kill you down there, and they have to eliminate those.
Well, as Lou Piniella said, Ted Lilly is capable of throwing 7 to 8 innings, so we'll see if he can give the bullpen some rest today. For more on this Game 3 matchup between the Cubs and Marlins, let's head back to Wrigley Field and hear from the guys calling the game, Len Casper and Bob Brenly.
Hey, Gail and Todd, Len and Bob here, and Ted Lilly in his last start had trouble controlling the running game, so he and Giovanni Soto will have to be on top of that today.
Well, the good thing about it is Ted Lilly's a veteran pitcher. He knows he needs to speed up his delivery to home plate, alter his delivery to home plate, and maybe a few more pickoff attempts at first base just to give Giovanni Soto a chance behind the plate.
It's still early, Bob, but Ted has been a lot better at home. He hasn't allowed an earned run in 2 starts here.
And he's going to be challenged today because the wind is blowing out here at Wrigley Field. It's very important that Ted keep that ball down, let his infielders work rather than his outfielders.
Quick lineup note, Michael Hoffpower is going to play right. Milton Bradley getting a day off today, and Aramis Ramirez getting very close to getting back in the lineup, but he should be able to pinch hit today once again. Carlos Marmol probably not available after working the last 3 days. Beautiful day for baseball, wind blowing out, as Bob said. We'll have the Marlins and Cubs coming up at the top of the hour.
All right, guys, thank you. We'll see you in just a bit, but we have to take one more time out. When we come back, we'll get Todd's keys to the game. And as we head to break, a look at our Cubs poll question of the day. Who is the Cubs' best pinch hitter right now? Is it Michael Hoffpower, Reed Johnson, Joey Gathright, or Carlos Zambrano? Visit CSNChicago.com. Go to the Cubs team page to vote. We'll have the results later tonight on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live.
Okay. No, you don't need. We don't need that.
Yes, next week.
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray hair, and can take you to a more interesting place.
Who's that? My husband.
Just for Men.
You look like a woman with discerning taste. May interest you in some sports apparel or novelties. Cubs, Sox, Bulls, Bears, Blackhawks. You want it? I got it.
Much like a door-to-door salesman, WrigleyvilleSports.com allows you to shop from home with ease. WrigleyvilleSports.com, the largest selection of Chicago sports merchandise on the web. Obnoxious salesman not included.
Yeah, you know the spot. Right away, sir.
Welcome to Giordano's. Your table's ready.
Thank you.
How's everything?
Fantastic.
What's your secret?
It's the fresh ingredients, and it's been so for the last 30 years.
We made it good. You made it famous.
This spring, take a break with Blue Man Group. Special spring shows added.
Performance now is all about logic. That some cars cost as much as $1,500 to maintain is one thing. That others cost even more is quite another. That a BMW costs you nothing to maintain defies all logic whatsoever. And in turn, makes it the most logical choice of all. Performance now is the 3 Series. Now you have more options to get the BMW you've always wanted.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana area BMW dealers. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
The Cubs are unbeaten in the month of May, Todd. We can say that. How are they going to stay that way? What are your keys to the game?
Well, score more than 4 runs. Why? They are 11-0 when they score more than 4 runs. It seems incredibly obvious, but let's stick with it. Score more than 4 runs today. You're going to win. And keep the friendly confines friendly. That's all about Ted Lilly, where he's 1-1 with a 0 earned run average. Keep the ball down today. Control those right-handed hitters. I think he's going to have some good success. And offensively, pick up where you left off yesterday. That grand slam, Ryan Terrio's grand slam, as excited as we were about that, it was the runs that came after it. For me, it was the offensive production, the gelling that kind of came through, towards the end of that game where they added on. If they can bring that into today, that'll be offensive momentum. That's what this team's looking for. That's what Lou's looking for, and I think it's formula for success.
All right, we have to send you out to Wrigley Field. Todd and I will see you after the game. Enjoy, everyone. We'll see you afterwards.
After trailing for much of the day Friday, the Cubs bats awaken. And in grand fashion, Ready in the 0-1 pitch. Fly ball to left. And it's deep, and Hermita's going to run out of room. A grand slam for Ryan Theriot. That's just what the Cubs needed. The Cubs look to reel in the Marlins. Next. Say April showers bring May flowers, and they also bring Cubs wins. The Cubs off to a good start, 1-0 in the second month of the season. Big win yesterday, and we are set for Game 3 of this 4-game series, the Marlins and Cubs, here on Comcast Sportsnet. And welcome to Wrigley Field. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. Beautiful day for Cubs baseball, and it turned into a beautiful day about the middle of the ball game yesterday.
You know, one thing we learned yesterday, Len, is Ryan Theriot is very coachable. Lou Piniella on the last road trip talked to the Riot about maybe trying to drive the ball in situations with runners in scoring position. You can't drive it much better than that.
It ended up being a game-winning grand slam, his first career grand slam, his first home run in over a calendar year. And we don't want to focus too much on the standings, but the Cardinals keep winning, so it's important that the Cubs just get through this stretch here.
Absolutely. Lou talks all the time about not getting too far separated from the guys at the top of the pack, and as long as the Cardinals continue to roll, the Cubs are going to have to put some wins under their belt as well.
Good pitching matchup today. Right-hander Anibal Sanchez for the Marlins and left-hander Ted Lilly for the Cubs.
Well, Sanchez is one of those great young pitchers. He had a shoulder surgery a year ago that set back his season. He has thrown a no-hitter in his career. He's tough on right-handers. And for Ted Lilly, we know, especially with the wind blowing out of Wrigley, he needs to keep the ball down, needs to slow down the Marlins running game.
Lilly also looking for his first career win against Florida. He comes in at 0-4. Well, springtime has arrived in Wrigleyville. We have a gorgeous day for Cubs baseball today as they host the Marlins. Coming up.
Season long, there is one place to be for Chicago baseball. Comcast Sportsnet, with the best pre- and post-game shows and over 175 live White Sox and Cubs games in high definition. The choice for Chicago baseball is clear. Your destination for everything happening with Northsiders and Southsiders is Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Comcast Sportsnet is sponsored locally in part by Mulligan's Valley Pub in Coal Valley. Join us for the games. When they score, we pour.
How can a 94-year-old green guy save you money during the recession? He can check out your comfort system for free and tell you how to save money on energy efficiency. J.L. Brady has been offering the best HVAC service in Iowa and Illinois since 1915, and they can show you how to go green and save up to 30% on heating and cooling expenses. A system like that could pay for itself in less than 2 years. They're family owned, and after all these years, still doing it the Brady way, the right way.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by the all-new 2010 Lexus RS, reinventing the vehicle that invented it all. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. McDonald's of Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Honda. Test drive a 2009 Honda today at your Honda dealer. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, dedicated to giving you the security to experience wellness everywhere. Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys. And by Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees.
Wind blowing out. Few clouds, but a lot of sunshine today. And let's quickly check out the Florida Marlins Southwest starting lineup. They're in first, 14-9 over in the National League East. 2 games up on the division. Bonifacio, Hermida, and Ramirez at the top. Cantu, Paulino, excellent numbers against Lilly. Helms at third. It's Ross, Maben, Sanchez, 7 through 9.
And let's take a look at the Cubs Home Depot defense. Soriano, Fukudome, and Hoffpower across the outfield today. Cajun connection on the left side. Fondo at third. The Riot, Ryan Terrio at shortstop. Aaron Miles once again at second base. Derek Lee over at first. Giovanni Soto doing the catching today for left-hander Ted Lilly. See his numbers on the season. Ted gave up 5 earned runs his first start of the year down in Houston in a blowout Cubs victory. Gave up 5 earned runs his last start against Arizona. In between 2 starts where he did not allow an earned run.
The umpires behind the plate fielded Culbreth last year. He worked his first World Series. This is his 13th season. The crew chief is Brian Onora over third. Florida comes in 7-2 versus left-handed starters. Lilly's been excellent here at home, and we'll see how he fares on a nice weather day as he starts Emilio Bonifacio with a strike. His first 2 starts here, the game time temperatures were 36 and 45 degrees. And I don't know if the sun ever did come out in those 2 starts. One was the home opener. We're in the low 60s, the wind out of the west, and a beautiful forecast.
And that translates to blowing straight out. When the wind is out of the west, those flags out on center field will be blowing straight out.
Fly ball out into right center. Off power peels off as Kosuke makes the catch. Bonifacio was going to play third today, but about an hour ago, the Marlins made a lineup switch, putting him at second. Wes Helms in to play third. Dan Ugla is out with a tight left hamstring.
And that Marlins infield defense has been kind of an unsung story of this series so far. They have made several highlight reel defensive plays to keep the Cubs from scoring runs.
Ball 1 on Jeremy Hermida, who was hitless in the first 2 games of the series, but he has walked 6 times. He hangs in there against lefties, has a very good eye, and he's worked a 2-0 count. Lilly has kept lefties in the ballpark. Hermida is the only left-handed hitter in their lineup today. He pulls it foul. Nice move by our good friend Andy Fox, their first base coach, former middle infielder.
Surprised he didn't let it hit him.
Yeah, Andy Fox could get hit by a lot of pitches. He was Fernando Vina-like during his playing days.
That down to an art form, Andy Fox. He would turn his upper body away from a pitch, but stick his knee right out in the middle of the strike zone, take one on the outside of the right knee, and jog on down to first base.
Lilly's 2-2 pitch is just inside. Ted wanted it. It's a full count, 3-2. Ramirez, getting his first start since Monday, is on deck. He came in late on Friday. .343 career on-base percentage against the Cubs. He has slugged over 600. Deep breath by Lilly. And the next offering is popped up over near third. Fontenot over near the dugout, and then it hits the top of the dugout and bounds out of play.
Very important to note the direction of the wind here at Wrigley Field today. On a lot of days when the wind is blowing across or blowing in, that one would have ended up well up into the bleachers, but with the wind blowing out, it pushed it back to the point where Fontenot nearly had a play.
Another 3-2 pitch, broken bat fly ball down the right field line, foul. Bat pretty much disintegrated. Part of it ended up almost out in the grass, shallow right.
Bermuda really battling up there with 2 strikes. Ted Lilly has made some real good pitches on him in this sequence. He's been able just to get a piece to stay alive. Giovanni Soto with a quick visit to the mound to talk to Ted Lilly about how they want to go about executing this 3-2 pitch.
Already 9 pitches in this sequence. We'll keep an eye on the Cardinals and the Nationals. Righties on the mound today. Joel Pinheiro for St. Louis. Shiron Martis for the Nationals. And Martis held the Cardinals scoreless in the top of the first. That one just underway. Swing and a miss. He finally got him. It wasn't easy.
No, it wasn't easy. That was a battling at bat. A little slider up in the zone right there, but Ted Lilly took a lot off of that pitch. Normally he throws his slider pretty hard. It almost looks like a cut fastball at times, but that time he just kind of rolled it up there in the middle of the plate and got Hermida way out in front.
Here's Hanley Ramirez. Was hit by a pitch on the right wrist. Suffered a bruise there. That was Monday. Had to leave the game in the first inning. He entered in the 7th yesterday, walked, and then flied to center. Big rip, and he fouled it back. He is not 100%. I guess he still feels that wrist on every swing.
Talk about the heartless nature of the game of baseball, and when you got a guy up at the plate with a hand or a wrist injury, usually one of the first things you want to do is pound him inside with a fastball, see if he can react quickly.
Not inside enough, but Hoffpower will get to it on the warning track for the 3rd out. So they go down 1-2-3, and the Cubs are coming up against righty Anibal Sanchez when we come back.
Thank you. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
9, please.
Don't like stopping? Fly Southwest Airlines' new nonstop service from Chicago Midway to New York LaGuardia starting June 28, or Boston Logan starting August 16 for just $89 one way. Book now at southwest.com. Low fares, no hidden fees. Hey Cubs fans, are you looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. Don't miss all the fun and excitement at the friendly confines with StubHub. There's always a ticket available to a Cubs game.
How'd you get her to agree to this?
Simple. I told her about the Luna Double. I went to luna.com/Cubs and saved double.
It's like found money.
773-202 Luna.
Chicago area and North
bottom of the first. Let's look in on Lou Piniella's Cubs Southwest starting lineup. The Cubs over the last 10 have scored 29 runs in their 3 wins, just 10 runs combined in their 7 losses.
Take a look at the Marlins defensively, brought to you by Home Depot. Hermida, Maben, and Ross across the outfield today. Helms and Ramirez will be on the left side of the infield. Bonifacio and Cantu on the right side. Ronnie Paulino behind the plate for right-hander Anibal Sanchez.
Another 25-year-old righty deals ball 1 to Alfonso Soriano. Sanchez from Maracay, Venezuela, 6 feet 219 pounds, as you mentioned earlier. Some shoulder problems in his career. 2007. The season ended with surgery in June. Came back last year on the final day of July. 3-0.
Will feature a fastball that'll sit in the high 80s, low 90s, occasionally touching the mid 90s. Curveball, slider, changeup. And in his starts this year, his 4 previous starts, he's had a pattern of saving his changeup till the second time through the order. We'll go fastball, slider to the righties, fastball, curveball, and an occasional changeup to the lefties, but he'll incorporate all his pitches as the game progresses.
His 3-1 to Soriano is hit hard past Ramirez. And a leadoff single for Soriano. That snaps an 0 for 13 for him.
The Cubs had pretty good success in the first 2 games of this series, banging the ball through that hole between third and short. And with that in mind, Hanley Ramirez was shading over toward that hole. We'll see how far he is to the pull side, and Soriano goes the other way this time.
Here's Terrio, who had the game-winning grand slam in the bottom of the 6th. Ended a streak of 620 homerless at bats. Thought about a bunt, and the pitch missed the zone. 1-0. Yosh Kawano, long-time Cubs clubhouse manager, in attendance today.
You can always recognize him by the hat.
There's another deep drive for Terrio. And gone! 2-run blast for Ryan. His manager wanted him to drive the ball a little bit more, and he has come through. 2-0.
Why is he showing bunt on the first pitch? I don't get it. This is the best power hitter in the Cubs lineup right now. Our Heineken home run replay. And Terrio knew he got it right away. Squared it up right off the barrel of the bat with that little bit of wind blowing out today. No doubt about that one. Showing bunt. Come on.
Kosuke like a leadoff man now, batting third in the order, but nobody out. It's 2 homers in 2 days for Terrio. 9th career home run. He had the 3rd longest drought among active players. Miguel Cairo 788 at bats. Tom Glavine at 787.
He's still over there high-fiving guys. There aren't that many guys in the dugout. I think he doubled up on a couple of his teammates there.
The pitch is low, and it's 3-1.
I'll tell you, Len, this is a good formula against Sanchez. He's one of those pitchers. First plate appearance in a game this season. Opponents have batted .400. Second plate appearance, it drops down to .212. Third time through the order, .200. You definitely want to get to this guy early, and Ryan Terrio saw to that.
How about this? All of Terrio's career home runs have been here. 9 homers is all at Wrigley Field as Fukudome draws the walk. Freddie Sanchez, the manager of the Marlins.
First baseman, number 25,
Here's Lee batting cleanup. So when the Cubs score first, they're 7-3. When they get to 4 runs or more, they're 11-1. They score 3 or fewer, they haven't won yet. 0-10. So 4 seems to be the magic number early on. It's still early, but it's a little surprising. A team that has such excellent starting pitching hasn't won, a 3-2, a 2-1 game through the first 22. Called strike, 1-2.
What was that term you used yesterday? Revert to the norm, or
regression to the mean?
Regression to the mean. Yeah, I think over the course of a season, you'll see the starting pitching start to win some of those close ball games. You'll see the offense come up with some big knocks to win the close games.
Kosuke trying to run, and he gets in. Derek took a called third strike and didn't like the call by Field and Culbreth. So 1 out in the inning. And Fukudome now 2 steals. He's been caught 3 times. Boy, pitch looked up, didn't it?
Pitch looked way up. Bonifacio slow getting to the bag at second base for the Marlins. Got there the same time as the ball and the runner. Look at that pitch. That's letter high. You don't see that pitch called a strike very often.
Off power getting into the lineup. Lou wanted to get him back in there, so Milton Bradley gets the day off, and Hoffpower is playing right. Looked comfortable in right the first time out there this year, and then he had a game at the end of the last homestand in which he struggled. And everything's going to be pushed back toward fair territory today. Saw Helms go way into foul ground and then have to back up a little bit with the wind howling. 2 outs.
Wind kind of turned around a little bit more, blowing across from the left field corner to the right field corner. When the game began, the flags were blowing straight out.
Ramos getting another day. There was some thought about him getting the start this afternoon, but instead it's Fontenot, so maybe tomorrow for Ramirez with the calf injury. He did pinch hit on Friday. 1-1 the count.
That stolen base against Ronnie Paulino by Kosuke Fukudome was the 14th in 16 attempts against Ronnie Paulino this year.
Paulino thought about throwing as Kosuke had a healthy secondary lead, but the ball popped out of his mitt.
I think that was a design pickoff play. Ramirez had broken in behind Fukudome at second base, and Paulino was coming out of the chute ready to throw and just lost the handle on the baseball.
And a base hit to center. Kosuke coming around. Here's the throw by Maven. It'll be cut off by Cantu. 3-0.
breaking ball up and out over the plate. Somewhere Skip Bertman has to be very, very happy right now. His 2 LSU Tigers contributing 3 RBI here in the first inning for the Cubs.
Throw to first. Giovanni Soto with 99 career RBIs. Inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Sanchez keeping a close watch on Fontenot after Fukudome earlier stole second. Cubs have done a nice job the first 2 innings outscoring their opponents by a pretty wide margin. 16-7 in the first inning. We see them jump out to an early advantage. And it got jammed, and it's going to drop down for a hit. Fontenot will end up at third. That's the 4th hit of the inning.
Cody Ross playing extremely deep out there in right field for Giovanni Soto. He gets jammed by that fastball up and in, and because Ross was playing so deep, it drops in front safely for a base hit.
Mark Wiley, the Florida pitching coach, heading out.
Every time I see that gray catcher's gear, it reminds me of Mike LaValliere, who used to be a catcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and he wore gray gear on the road. And Mike LaValliere was a squatty little guy. He always looked like a galvanized trash can. But Ronnie Paulino is so big, he looks more like some kind of a robot or something. Metallic look about it.
Yeah. I think he had that look in Pittsburgh, too. I think he wore that road gray.
Gray mask, gray pads on the mask, gray shin guards.
You love it when the starting pitcher at least jumps into the on-deck circle in the first inning. And Lilly is there behind Miles. Tough day for Miles yesterday. Had 2 hits taken away at third by Emilio Bonifacio. A couple of line shots. He did walk and score on the Terrio grand slam, but went 0 for 3. The kick and the pitch. Bouncer to Cantu, and he'll reverse field and step on the bag to end the inning. But the Cubs get 3, the first 2 on their power guy. Ryan Terrio with a 2-run homer. Fontenot with an RBI. It's 3-zip.
Dames en heren, we gaan beginnen.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Performance now is all about logic. That some cars cost as much as $1,500 to maintain is one thing. That others cost even more is quite another. That a BMW costs you nothing to maintain defies all logic whatsoever. And in turn, makes it the most logical choice of all. Performance now is the 3 Series. Now you have more options to get the BMW you've always wanted.
There is a company that is like no other company in the world. CEOs got started here. Astronauts. And software engineers. You see, this company is filled with dreamers. But they also have courage, strength, honor, and when they leave this company, it will be with 1,000 opportunities and the respect of millions. There's strong, then there's Army Strong. To see strength like no other, go to GoArmy.com.
Tonight, Game 2 of the Western Conference semifinals is on Comcast Sportsnet Plus, and Nikolai Habibulin looks to stand tall between the pipes as the Blackhawks battle Roberto Luongo and the Vancouver Canucks. Coverage starts with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Canucks Game 2 tonight at 7:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus.
Tuesday, there's a blue storm brewing at Wrigley as the Cubs try to overshadow Aaron Rowan and the San Francisco Giants. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Cubs pregame live. Cubs Giants in HD, Tuesday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Those Cub fans all looking at the photos they took with Bob Brenly before the game.
Yeah, right.
Ted Lilly facing Jorge Cantu, who's been red hot. He pops it up.
Coming back.
Be a play on it. And Soto gets it.
Time you can retire Jorge Cantu with one pitch, the way he's been swinging the bat lately. You got to love that. Giovanni Soto coming back right in front of the good seats to make the play.
Exclusive limited edition Cubs Go Diego Go 7-inch plush dolls handed out to the first 6,000 children in the ballpark, 7 and under. Do you have a fake ID or something? Because I see you have one. How did you get one?
I'm sure the kids will enjoy Go Diego Go.
Paulino lifts it into center, and it's Fukudome. So 3 pitches and 2 outs. Here we go. Ticket sales are at a record pace, but plenty of tickets are still available for the 2009 season. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office. Wes Helms getting the late nod to jump into the lineup at third, with Ugla out at second. He's become a really good pinch hitter. It's kind of been his main role. He's made starts at both corner spots on the infield.
4 for 8 as a pinch hitter off Freddie Gonzalez's bench this year.
Got a piece of the ball and the catcher, Giovanni Soto.
And you know, Len, I'm a big fan of veteran guys on the bench. It's such a tough role to be a part-time player, pinch hitter. You may go days between at bats, and then you finally get one, and it's against the other team's closer. And I just think sometimes the veteran players, maybe on the downside of their career, are a little better suited to handle that role with the team.
Swung on and missed. Ted Lilly with a 7-pitch second inning. He's retired the first 6, 3-0 Cubs.
Get the right Hunter fan for your home from Menards. The timeless 52-inch Allendale comes in 3 finishes with alabaster glass, $79. The 54-inch Bolton with self-adjusting blade balancing system comes in 2 finishes with frosted glass, $109. Light up your home with Sylvania bulbs. Living Spaces compact fluorescent bulbs are smaller in size and provide a warm, gentle light. A 13-watt 2-pack is $5.95. Choose from a 20-watt or 23-watt 2-pack. Your choice, $7.95 each.
Save big money at Menards.
I am the strength and you are the breath, and you will grow, become the best, and in your time find blue skies everywhere.
For generations, families have built lasting traditions with the confidence that Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois will continue to be there for all the celebrations yet to come.
Find blue skies everywhere.
My name is Blake, and I'm the chief shoe giver at Tom's Shoes. I operate my entire business from my phone. I need a network with great coverage because for every pair of shoes that we sell, we give a pair away to a child in need. It would be impossible impossible for me to do this without a network that works around the world.
More bars in more places. AT&T, the best coverage worldwide.
Come on out tomorrow and celebrate Fergie Jenkins and Greg Maddux as their number 31 will be retired tomorrow. You can get a commemorative scorecard wrap for just $2 here at the ballpark, and get here early. Special ceremony at 12:40 as the Cubs will retire number 31. The first 5,000 fans to enter the ballpark, as well as the first 100 fans to enter a Best Buy store on May 16th, will get a replica print of the paintings that will be presented to Fergie and Greg, courtesy of Best Buy. And a scorecard model all of a sudden.
Did a very nice job.
One strike to Ted Lilly.
If you have a future on The Price is Right, pointing at the items.
1-1. Ted's been really good on the mound early, and his teammates have given him a 3-0 lead against Anibal Sanchez. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Ted doesn't hang around too much there in the box, does he? Body parts flying all over the place on his swings. And he hits it foul to stay alive. Does have a hit in 7 tries on the season.
I think Ted Lilly really enjoys getting on base. I don't think it's so much he enjoys hitting. He'd take a walk. He'd get hit by pitch. He loves to run the bases. We've seen him bouncing around down there at first base like he wants to steal second. Of course, we saw him bowl over Yadier Molina at home plate last year. Just needs to figure out a way to get on first base a little more often.
Soriano got it started with a single. I really like the fact that the last 2 days Soriano's getting on base for Terrio to hit the home run.
Bizarro world.
Fonzie got hit in the helmet by Todd Wellemeyer in St. Louis. Fortunately was able to stay in. Swing and the miss. 1-1. Swinging bunt. And Sanchez gets the out. Spark plug.
Well, Lou would probably say if I knew it was that easy, I would have told him to start driving the ball a long time ago.
The Menards big lumber stat. Terrio hitting homers in consecutive games for the first time in his major league career.
That was actually a pretty nice play by Sanchez on that little squibber off the bat of Soriano. Sanchez has had his defensive problems out there on the mound. 38 games started in the major leagues. He's made 8 errors, most of them on fielding bunt plays or comebackers to the mound. Oh, look at that.
All right.
Very nice.
Ivy is starting to arrive. The best spot right now is just to the left of straightaway center. I believe gets the most sun, most direct sunlight. In front of the juniper bushes. Fly ball on into right center, trying to split the gap here, and he's going to do it. It's going to roll all the way to the wall. In fact, and Terrio making the turn will end up with a triple.
Oh, my. two toughest legs of the cycle in his first 2 at-bats in the first 2 innings today. Second triple of the year for Ryan Theriot. That was actually a fastball belt high on the inside part of the plate. That's the inside outswing we're used to seeing from Ryan Theriot, but perfectly splits that gap in right center field. Right there, he dropped that left shoulder down to allow him to turn that bag aggressively at second base and made it into third easily.
I know he has the 2 hardest ones for the cycle, but I don't know if he can hit a single and a double. I mean, this is a home run triples guy. That's his second triple of the year. It's 2-0 on Kosuke. 2 outs in the inning. Paulino will go out and chat with Sanchez.
Well, Paulino tried to catch that ball behind the plate. It looked very odd, like maybe he got crossed up a little bit. He turned his glove over with the fingers down, and ball hit him up near the heel of the glove. Looked like he got fooled by the pitch. Watch how Paulino reacts to this pitch. Got caught by surprise. Maybe the pitch didn't break the direction. Sometimes a breaking ball, if you overthrow it, will not take the break the way you want it to, but that looked more like a cross-up.
And they're just going to give him ball 4. So Fukudome has now walked twice. So that'll set it up for Derek Lee. Hey, Cub fans, you can get a full meal for under $5 thanks to McDonald's Appetite Stimulus Package. A hot sandwich, a cold drink, and delicious fries, all for under $5. Sounds good. Took a questionable called third strike his first time up as Fukudome was stealing second. Derek comes in hitting well under 200 versus righties. Josh Johnson, who has a 2.60 ERA through 5 starts. They will get Ricky Nolasco tomorrow. Fukudome running, and Paulino is going to throw to third instead. Kosuke with his second steal. He's now 3 for 6 on the year.
Cubs offensively just don't feel that Ronnie Paulino can throw them out at second base. Sanchez is fairly quick to home plate. I think this is an instance where they're running more on the catcher than they are on the pitcher.
They've picked their spots well. You don't want to run into outs on a day like this with the wind blowing out. Take away RBI chances. 2-1 to Lee, low and outside. Hoffpower watching the festivities from the on-deck circle. Here's a 3-1. Big cut, he missed it.
Sign of a grimace there from Derek Lee. That's usually when hitters feel any aches and pains that they may have, is on a swing and a miss.
The 3-2 hit foul. Sanchez is over 50 pitches. We're only in the second. screaming from way up here. Another 3-2 to lead. And he struck him out swinging to end the inning. 2-out triple, then the intentional walk, but no runs. The Cubs, however, lead 3-0 after 2.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
When shopping for the lowest price on a new Chevy, visit JerryHaggertyChevrolet.com. You're guaranteed to have an informative and hassle-free experience. Jerry Haggerty Chevrolet has been serving the Glen Ellen community for over 20 years. For value and integrity, it has to be Haggerty. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Deciding on a color? Let's start with some idea cards. That'll get you to the right one.
We're here because we've been there with the tools, products, and advice to get it done right. True Value. Start right. Start here.
Get the right products and expert advice for your next painting project at K&K True Value. Start right. Start here.
Tonight it's Game 7. It's win or go home for the Chicago Bulls as Derrick Rose and company will battle Ray Allen and the Celtics. It's a Game 7 showdown in Boston. Coverage starts with Bulls pregame live. Bulls Celtics Game 7 tonight at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Arguably the most exciting playoff series in NBA history. I know it's a first rounder, but man, oh man. 2-0 on Cody Ross getting his first at bat. Cameron Maben, and then the pitcher Sanchez. Called strike. 2-1. Lilly's 2-1 pitch. Boy, Ross has reacted the last two pitches like they were both way inside and they both were strikes.
Trying to influence home plate umpire Field and Culberth into believing that those pitches were inside off the plate when indeed they were both right on the corner.
Michael back in there again. He swings this time and lofts it into right. It's Hoffpower. 1 out. Will not face the big unit when the Giants come in. They will see Tim Lincecum in the second game of that series, but Randy Johnson with his 297th career win came last night over the Rockies in San Francisco. Giants are playing much better ball after starting the year 2-7. Cued by Maben. Lilly over to first very quickly, but he couldn't beat him. Ted got there, but Maben runs extremely well. Like they both got there simultaneously, and that'll be the first Marlins hit.
And I think if he had it to do over again, Derek Lee would probably let Aaron Miles take that ball and go back and cover first base. It wasn't hit very hard at all. That's one of the toughest plays for a first baseman when you have to throw overhand back across your own body to the pitcher covering the bag, and it looked like Ted Lilly beat him.
Yeah, it looked like he got him. No question. And Mark O'Neill's coming out. Did Ted get stepped on? And Lou's not going to go to Lilly. He's going to go over to the first base umpire, Brian Knight, first. And Lou is not happy. And again, our replay indicated that he was out. Light freeze can.
All right, there you see Ted Lilly's right foot on the bag, ball in the glove. Maben has yet to make contact with first base. Granted, a very, very close play, but it looked like Ted had his man.
Right there, maybe that back foot coming through clipped Ted, but he's fine.
He didn't even want to throw any extra warm-up pitches. He said he's good to go.
Instead, he throws over to first, and it's a balk because you have to be on the bag as a defender, and Derek was ready to charge for the bunt.
Hey, you'd have to be on the bag or going back to the bag. You can't be evacuating the base when that pitcher throws over. That's just a fundamental mistake right there on the part of Ted Lilly. I believe in an obvious sacrifice bunt situation, pitchers are told you do not throw to first base unless you get the sign. Everybody has to be on the same page. If not, that's what happens.
It's picked up in foul ground by Fontenot.
Any other situation, pitcher has the freedom to throw over to first base whenever he feels like it, but in an obvious sacrifice bunt situation with the pitcher at the plate, Derek Lee wants to get as big a jump off of first base as possible to try to field the bunt. And it's very important that the pitcher not throw over there unless everybody knows he's going to first base.
A little surprised they're bunting with one out. They move a guy to third with 2 outs. Called strike. Although Sanchez a career 071 hitter, so as Freddie Gonzalez deciding he'd rather take a base here than probably a strikeout. Squares again, called strike 3 on the nasty curveball.
Say hello to my Uncle Charlie. Big curveball there. You rarely see a right-handed hitter knee buckle on a curveball, especially when he's up there to bunt, but boy, Sanchez really got fooled by that big curve.
Bonifacio flied to center to lead off the game. First base runner for the Marlins in scoring position. And a foul strike. At Maben. Now he comes to the plate. And Bonifacio was late on that fastball in the upper 80s. Won a game late last night in Los Angeles. The Padres and the Dodgers were scoreless into the bottom of the 9th, and Russell Martin took a 3-2 pitch off the plate. He barely checked his swing. Game over. Bases loaded walk with 2 outs to end it.
A walk-off walk.
A walk-off walk. They're 8-0 at home. Foul tip, strike 3. So the infield single did not cost Lilly and the Cubs. They still lead 3-0 as he picks up his 4th strikeout of the day.
People think life in California is one big vacation, but it's really a lot of work. We have board meetings.
Lots of board meetings! We're always playing catch-up. We're really just a bunch of pencil pushers.
We burn the midnight oil.
Hey, it's a dirty job.
Someone's got to do it. So if California seems like your kind of work, When can you start?
Find yourself in California. Fly Southwest Airlines from Chicago Midway to cities in California for just $99. Book now at southwest.com/California. Low fares, no hidden fees.
Our dad always told us it takes a lifetime to build a reputation and a moment to tear it down.
That's why for 50 years, our family-owned Danley's Garage Realty has pledged our QSP promise: quality, service, and price.
We're celebrating our 50th anniversary with garages reduced to $59.99.
From our family to yours, it's not just a guarantee, it's our promise.
Danley's 773 Garages.
One word explains why Toyota owners love their cars. Quality. Quality is why Toyota has won more Best Car for the Money awards than any other manufacturer. Proof that Toyota quality saves money. Get $1,500 cash back on the legendary Camry, or $1,000 cash back on the amazingly fuel-efficient Prius. Or come in today for special deals on Corolla. Hurry, offers end May 4th. Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Tonight, it's Game 7, and it all comes down to this as Ben Gordon, Derek Rose, and the Bulls look for a series win against the Boston Celtics. Coverage starts with Bulls pregame live. Bulls Celtics Game 7, tonight at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Good to see short sleeves here at the ballpark. Nice day, especially in the sun. Maybe long sleeves in the shade. As Michael Hoffpauer starts the bottom of the third by rolling one foul.
See, you noticed what those guys were wearing. I noticed the pizza on his lap. That was a pretty good-looking slice of za there.
Pepperoni. That'll work. Solid single for Hoffpauer. For individual health insurance from a name you can trust, call Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois at 866-575-BLUE. Helms is in at third, guarding against a bunt. Fontenot took it for a strike. We heard Cubs account executive Piper Mead is recovering appendicitis. Is that's
what we heard?
You understand, Piper? We hope you're feeling better. I've been there. I know what that's like. Not that much fun, but get your rest and get you back out at the ballpark soon.
Stolen bases by Kosuke Fukudome in this ball game, causing the Marlins to pay a lot of attention to the Cubs base runners. Michael Hoffpauer isn't a guy that figures to straight steal a base. Lou might play hit and run with Mike Fontenot at the plate. But anytime you can distract that pitcher, get the defense thinking about the base runner, it enhances that hitter's chances of getting a mistake.
First, 0-2 on Fontenot. Knocked in a run in the opening inning. Marlins set up in double play depth up the middle, and the pitch is outside for ball one. 1-2. Sanchez was acquired from the Red Sox along with Hanley Ramirez and a couple of other pitchers, right-handers Jesus Delgado and Harvey Garcia, for Josh Beckett, Mike Lowell, and Guillermo Mota. They pitch out. Hoffpauer was not running.
The wheels are spinning. That's a merit badge for Michael Hoffpauer, a guy that normally doesn't run much. When you force the other team to throw a pitch out, that's as good as a stolen base.
to 3-2 after an 0-2 start. Soto getting his batting gloves ready. Off power goes this time. It's taken for ball 4.
Freddie Gonzalez over in that first base dugout. A breaking ball and a 3-2 count to Mike Fontenot for ball 4. I'll tell you, that wind blowing out at Wrigley Field will cause pitchers to get away from what seems to be the right pitch to throw. 3-2 count to Mike Fontenot. Usually you would think challenge him with a fastball, make him put the ball in play. But then you turn around, look over your shoulders and see those flags blowing straight out. You start thinking a little bit and decided to go with the breaking ball and walked it.
Downstairs to Soto. Cubs with at least one hit in each of the first 3. Also at least one walk. Or rather exactly one walk each inning.
You know, Len, we talk all the time how a catcher can make a pitch look better than it really is. Ronnie Paulino makes this one look worse than it really was. He pushes that ball down and out of the strike zone. Even if it was a borderline strike low at the knees, you're not going to get the call from the home plate umpire when your glove ends up down in the dirt.
You talk a lot about keeping the glove outside the pitch, right?
Try to always
the zone.
Catch around the ball so that every time you're receiving it, you're pushing it back toward the middle of the plate rather than away from the middle of the plate. Now, granted, a lot of pitchers have late movement on their pitches, and sometimes you just get handcuffed and have to do whatever you can to knock the ball down.
Diving stop. Wes Helms gets 1 and 2 from his knees. He starts an around the horn 5-4-3 double play. More stellar defense from the Marlins infield.
You thought with Wes Helms at third base today, a guy not known for his defensive prowess, maybe they would stop making these highlight reel plays, but really nice double play by the Marlins. I think Mike Fontenot maybe could have done a little more out there at second base to disrupt that relay throw. He slid short of the bag and didn't really make contact with Bonifacio until he made his throw to first base.
They will intentionally walk Miles to face Ted Lilly. Count on Fukudome earlier, and number 4 was intentional. That made the walk intentional. And Miles now reaching. Kosuke, by the way, first time in his career he's had 2 steals in the same game, and both coming after those walks. Sanchez has had the type of day we have talked about a lot regarding the Cubs starting pitchers. Clearly doesn't have his best stuff. He's already down 3-0, but good pitchers at least give their team a chance. His last start was his worst one. He gave up 6 runs in 6 innings. And everything came early, and the same has happened again today. All 3 in the first. Deep. Ross is going back on it, and he can't make the play. Off power scores. Miles chugging hard. He's in. Ted Lilly with a 2-run double.
Belt high fastball, middle of the plate. Look at Ted Lilly. Doing his Babe Ruth impersonation up there at the plate. Banged that ball off the wall in right field to drive home a couple of teammates. Oh, talk about helping yourself out.
Oh, that's huge. This didn't look very good this first at bat, and they intentionally walked the 8-hitter to get to him this time, and he cranked it. I think it's interesting, you know, he's a fly ball pitcher. He's a fly ball hitter too. That loopy swing, he cranked it. And now some action. And the Marlins pen, Hayden Penn, left with an ankle injury yesterday. And he's ready to go today if needed.
And you know, Len, I don't think you can discount the fact that the Cubs have very athletic pitchers that like to do other things to help themselves win a game. Ted Lilly likes to swing the bat. He loves to run the bases very aggressively. We know Zambrano can hit with anybody in the league. He loves to run the bases. Rich Harden is extremely fast when he gets on base. Over the course of the season, that's going to win you a few extra ball games, as opposed to a guy that is comfortable out there on that dirt circle in the middle of the infield, but everything else is foreign to him.
Soriano, a swing and a miss. Yeah, Ryan Dempster said the other day, we're looking at all the pitcher stats. Everybody's saying we got to get it going here. Zambrano almost hit for the cycle, and Lilly with a big hit.
Here's to the power of doing. Doing more with your hands, your shovel, and your budget. We've lowered over 1,000 prices so you can pay less and do more. We're bringing you locally selected plants and the beauty of spring. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
Love burgers but hate the grease? Then you'll love Arby's new Bacon Cheddar Roast Burger. Made with oven-roasted, freshly sliced roast beef and topped with cheddar cheese and thick-cut pepper bacon on a toasted roll. Arby's new Bacon Cheddar Roast Burger. It's the burger done better. Big on taste, not on grease. Try one today with any one of our freshly brewed iced fruit teas. Arby's new Bacon Cheddar Roast Burger. One bite will have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
At 155 miles per hour, Andy Roddick has the fastest serve in the history of professional tennis. So I've come to this court to challenge his speed. On the internet, I'll be using the 3G AT&T Laptop Connect card. He won't. So I can book travel plans faster, check my account balances faster, all on the go. I'm Bill Curtis, and I'm faster than Andy Roddick.
Switch to the nation's fastest 3G network and get the AT&T Laptop Connect card for free.
Tuesday, there's a blue storm brewing at Wrigley as the Cubs try to overshadow Aaron Rowan and the San Francisco Giants. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Cubs Pregame Live. Cubs Giants in HD, Tuesday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Time for today's Jimmy John's delivery of the game. Ted Lilly delivered at the plate with a big RBI double, but he's really been delivering out there on the mound today. 4 strikeouts in the early going. He's thrown 34 pitches, 28 of them for strikes. Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
This is how Ted warms up between innings. He plays catch for the first 2 tosses before he gets up on the rubber. Now, do those count as pitches? I would think they would. Right?
I would assume they do. I never had a pitcher that warmed up that way, but I think that's just to get Ted in the habit of really extending and reaching out there, throwing that ball an extra 10 or 12 feet toward home plate, and when he gets up on the mound and takes advantage of that slope, uses that same extension, that's when he gets that good life on his pitches in the hitting zone.
Lou said after the game yesterday that they might have Carlos Marmol intentionally bounce some breaking balls in the bullpen before he pitches to get him to think being over top the ball. We showed his arm angle yesterday. He's been getting under everything, and we probably won't see him in action today after working 3 straight. 1-2 pitch. Hermida pops it foul off to the right and into the seats. Kevin Gregg has been busy but is available in a safe spot. Lilly has the sign he wants. Looks like a fastball away, and it's a little up. 2-2. Scoreless in Washington. Cardinals and Nationals. Top of the 5th. Albert Pujols getting the day off. Chris Duncan is in at first base. They don't have a hit through 4 against Shiron Martis. Hermida went around. That's a strikeout. 5 for Lilly. As we get into today's Aflac trivia question. Can you name the National League and American League record holder for most home runs to lead off a game in a single season?
Can you? I know I can't. And I would have a guess.
I think I know. I mean, the way the question is phrased, it could be 2 different people. National League, American League, single season, leadoff home runs. I remember a couple years ago, one guy in particular in the ballpark had a huge September in that department. I think he might have done it with the Yankees a few years before that too. We'll see. Hanley Ramirez was an elite leadoff hitter, but he's now batting 3rd in the Florida lineup. As he bulked up over the winter, added a bunch of muscle, and one of the keys was to improve the strength of his surgically repaired left shoulder. Was operated on in October of '07. One great question in this game is, if you had one player to build a franchise around or build a team around, who would you pick? I think Hanley Ramirez's name would come up a lot. Off power, lays out and catches it. Nicely done by Micah. Good backup by Kosuke in case it got by him. Didn't know if it was going to hold up enough.
You know, Len, you talked about that game last week in the inclement conditions here when Micah Hoffpower had some issues out there in right field, and I think he was really a little tentative. There's nothing tentative about this play. He committed to that diving catch coming straight in from his position in right field, and nice job. It's just like a pitcher has to commit to a pitch in order to execute it successfully. An outfielder needs to commit to make a play. And you pointed out that Fukudome got over there quickly to back up that play. We probably don't say it enough, but he does a great job of that from his position in center field. We see him backing up Soriano on balls hit the left field. We saw him on that play backing up Micah Hoffpower. The center fielder does a lot more than just catch the balls that are hit to him. He's got to cover a lot of ground backing up the guys to his right and his left.
The 1-1 to Cantu. Comebacker single. Up Paulino. 6 for 11 versus Lilly, even after the 0 for 1 this afternoon.
Yuri Cantu might be the best hitter that nobody knows about. He's all over the leaderboard in the offensive categories in the National League. His .358 average coming in today was third in the National League. His 7 home runs were third. 24 RBIs, second. This guy can hit.
Probably a better defensive position for him at first. And he moved over from third.
Well, we talked about him throughout the first 2 games of this series. He's a dead fastball hitter, but you saw when he sees a breaking ball or an off-speed pitch hanging up high in the zone, he can stay on that pitch and drive it center field and the other way, just like he did against Ted Lilly. Granted, we're seeing Cantu in the midst of an extreme hot streak, and I'm sure there will be periods this season when he doesn't look as good as he has here against the Cubs.
Called strike 3 to end the inning. Well, 3 of the first 4 innings, Ted with a strikeout to end the inning. 5-0 Cubs.
It's so nice to have company after the accident.
What is it?
Someone paid me cash.
Who?
Affleck. Who pays you cash when you're hurt and missing work?
Affleck. Cash to help with expenses that health insurance doesn't cover. Like the mortgage, gas, and food.
Affleck.
What now? Someone's standing on my foot. Who could it be?
This is the Civic Value Package, and there's a good reason we call it that. The Civic has a lower true cost of ownership than its competition, and that can help save you money down the road on things like insurance and maintenance. Plus, it's remarkably fuel efficient. Add in the fact you can get it for $149 a month. The name Value Package just makes a lot of sense. Both kinds. Go to Edmunds.com for an independent report on the true cost to own a Civic. And then see your Honda dealer for great leases and low financing.
Let's answer the Affleck trivia question. The NL and AL record holder for most homers to lead off a game in a single season. I'll go with Alfonso Soriano for both.
For both? Yeah. Seems like Ricky Henderson ought to be in the mix somewhere. Well, there you go. Good guess.
Terrio with a 2-run homer and a triple. What's next? At some point, he's going to just shoot one past Cantu and into right, you would think.
Well, that's the kind of base hit we're used to seeing from Ryan Terrio.
We've done this graphic a lot over the years. Mark Grace, the last Cub to hit for the cycle. We mentioned it the other day when Carlos Zambrano almost had one final at bat with a chance for the cycle. But again, Ryan's still 2 hits away from that milestone.
But he is getting his 3rd at bat in the ball game in the 4th inning. So he may have a few more whacks at it.
The line in the 2-2 pitch is a called strike 3. I think he got him on a breaking ball.
Well, in And just in case you haven't been paying attention, Field and Culbreth is going to call the high strike today. You saw Derek Lee get rung up on a high fastball. Ryan Theriot here getting rung up on a high breaking ball. The last out of the inning, Ronnie Paulino for the Marlins. High pitch.
Now, for me, it's not a high pitch based on what the strike zone's supposed to be, but I don't think a lot of umpires call that pitch.
You're absolutely right. According to the definition of the strike zone in the rule book, it probably is a strike. But according to what is the norm for Major League umpires, it's usually not called a strike up that high.
Now, having said that, it's pretty clear the batters have to know that that will be called. Lined and caught by Hanley Ramirez. 2 outs. Hit hard by Fukudome.
You know, one phrase we always hear, Len, and I've used it myself in the past, and the more I thought about it, I don't like it anymore. But at least he's consistent. At least the umpire's consistent. Well, does that mean if he calls a strike on a pitch that hits the top of the backstop and he calls it every time, is that okay?
Derek Lee drives it way out of here. How far will it go?
Whoa.
Hello, Waveland. That had to feel good. It's been a tough day, a tough season so far for D. Lee. His second home run. He had struck out in his first 2 at-bats today. It's 6-0.
Be the longest home run we've seen here at Wrigley this year. Our Heineken home run replay. No doubt about it. The only question was the ballpark going to hold it at all? Sailed over the bleachers in left center field, out onto Waveland Avenue.
That is the first ball to get onto Waveland or Sheffield during a game this season. It was Hoffpower who hit one to the back of the concourse behind the bleachers in right, but it bounced back towards the field. Yeah, you make a good point about consistency. If it's consistently bad, that doesn't make it good.
If the catcher sits over in the other batter's box and the pitcher hits his glove and the umpire calls it, it doesn't make it a strike.
But I think the point of at least he's consistent is that's better than call the high strike for one guy and not for the other.
Right. Michael Hoffpower is a guy that you might need to get your tape measure out for a few times this year. When he catches a ball with full extension, he can hit him as far as anybody on this roster.
The blast for Derek Lee is first since his other homer on April 15th and his 260th career homer. Hoffpower has had a good day both ways. 2 for 3 at the plate now.
Sometimes you just got to go down and dig them out. Michael Hoffpower got fooled just a little bit, but extends his swing, goes down and hits that low pitch into right field like a bullet.
This is nothing against right-handed batters, but a swing like that from a lefty is such a pretty swing, isn't it? Fontenot will be retired by Cameron Maben. Derek Lee giving one of the ball hawks on Waveland a souvenir. With his second homer of the year, Cubs second of the game, they lead 6-0.
We're testing a new meal from PJ Bland's. Thoughts?
That's cardboard.
What if it came with a salad?
Still cardboard. What if we threw in a dessert?
If you're going out to eat, make sure it's for something you'll love eating. Introducing Chili's 10 entrees for under $7 each. Like our savory Big Mouth Bites. The mini burgers with giant layers of flavor, including bacon, jalapeno ranch, and sauteed onions. 10 perfectly portioned entrees for under $7. Right now at Chili's.
For more than 20 years, people have been coming to Bud's Skyline Inn, the Quad City's #1 supper club. Fly in for some of Bud's favorites, like their famous surf and turf, tantalizing steaks, succulent catfish, or mouth-watering prime rib. Relax at Bud's Skyline Inn with your favorite cocktail while keeping track of the arrival and departures at the Quad City International Airport. In a hurry? Get in and out with their $6.95 lunch specials every weekday. So for your next special occasion or just a quick lunch, Bud Skyline Inn, just 2 minutes from the airport.
Come out to Valley Falls Adventure Golf for exciting and affordable fun for the whole family. Watch the kids explore the premier miniature golf course in the Quad Cities as you sit back on the patio at Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos. Or take a swing yourself. There's adventure at every turn at Valley Falls. We also offer birthday, charity, fundraising, and special events packages for miniature golf and Happy Joe's. Valley Falls Adventure Golf, one slice short of heaven. Located behind Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos in Coal Valley.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Bank of America. Want to show the world it's not like, it's love. Get MLB banking only from Bank of America.
Ballpark looks spectacular. Opened in 1914 for baseball. Cubs have made Wrigley Field their home since 1916. Only Fenway Park is older among current ballparks. One strike on Wes Helms. Well, talking about the stolen base issue for Ted Lilly, I think the best way to stop it is to have a big lead and not let guys get on base. That's works. What's happened.
Yeah, that definitely works. Any team that comes to Wrigley Field, when they see the flags blowing out, it tends to slow down the running game. You just don't want to take a chance of running yourself out of an inning when the next pitch may end up out on Waveland or Sheffield Avenue. So that's a little bit of a deterrent as well.
Golf high in the air to center. Kosuke puts it away. The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA Red Line stops directly at Wrigley Field at the Addison Station. For drivers, DeVry University offers remote parking and bus service for just $6. For more details, visit Cubs.com or call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000. Adam Dunn with a 3-run homer. The Nationals lead 4-0 over St. Louis as Cody Ross has just put Florida on the board. That's to the back of the bleachers. It's 6-1, his 4th home run of the year.
Cub fans may remember that start that Ted Lilly had down in Houston earlier this year. He was spotted to a big lead by his offense and did give up some home runs in that game, mostly solo home runs. I mean, you never intend to just lay the ball over the middle of the plate and let the other team whack it out of the ballpark, but managers and pitching coaches would much prefer that you throw strikes and force the other team to swing the bats rather than walk guys and nibble around and run up that pitch count when you've got a lead in a ball game.
Maben 1 for 1. Trying to bunt his way on. The ball came back up and hit him, and it's called a foul ball. Now, if he were out of the batter's box, he would have been called out. I should say if he's in fair territory, more specifically, he would have been out. But, yeah, he still had...
the left foot was still well within the batter's box as he was starting his trip down that first base line and was ultimately hit by the ball.
Almost 18 innings of work here at Wrigley for Ted Lilly. And that home run, the first earned run he has allowed. Only an unearned run in his first 2 starts. That's how good he has been in this ballpark. Brett Carroll is on deck, which will end the day of Anibal Sanchez. Pitch. He gets Gets off the mound quickly and will underhand to Lee.
Ted Lilly's now surrendered 6 home runs in the 09 season, 5 of them solo shots. Displays another aspect of his game here. Gets off the mound quickly. The shovel toss on to Derek Lee to get the speedy Cameron Maben at first base.
Day for Sanchez. He's now given up 6 runs in each of his last 2 starts. He went just 4 innings. So it's Carroll, the pinch hitter. Strike 1. Happy birthday to Lilly Griffiths. She turned 10 today, and her favorite Cub is Ted Lilly, of course. Of course. Also, happy birthday to Aaron Regans. Celebrating his birthday with Kara and Christian here at the ballpark. Hi, Lily. That's from Dad, Win. Right behind us. Great camera operators here at Wrigley Field. A ball and 2 strikes to Carroll. Ted coming back. Hoff power again on the move. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. All Cubs in game 3 of this 4-gamer. 6-1.
With our Gerber Express one-stop repair process, you'll be out so fast, you won't know what hit you. With a 97% satisfaction rating, Gerber Collision and Glass comes highly amended.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private, catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites presented by Nuveen Investments has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Bud Light Batter's Eye, located in center field, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages, as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Dames en heren, we gaan beginnen!
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Insurance agents all over Chicagoland are so thrilled with us. It's getting a little embarrassing. With a 97% satisfaction rating, Gerber Collision and Glass comes highly amended.
Gail Fisher here in our downtown studios. We've got a playoff doubleheader later tonight here on Comcast Sportsnet. It's Game 7 between the Bulls and Celtics. Bulls pregame live is at 6:30 with tip-off at 7 o'clock. And Game 2 between the Hawks and Canucks can be seen on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Blackhawks pregame live comes your way at 7:30 and the puck drops at 8 o'clock. I've also got Sports Night for you at 6 o'clock. Right now, let's send it back to Len and Bob.
Gail, it's been a nice start to this ball game for the Cubs, and it's been all about Ryan Theriot and Ted Lilly, who's not only pitched a great ball game, but he's pitched in with the bat too.
Well, you help yourself whenever you can. We talked about it earlier in the ball game. Ted Lilly loves to run the bases. He loves to swing the bat. He loves to field his position, and contributed in every aspect today.
So 6-1, the Cubs trying to add on at the bottom of the order at the plate. Hayden Penn is back after leaving yesterday with a sprained right ankle. Swing and a miss, a ball and 2 strikes. Well, it was a lot of work for Sanchez to get through the 4 innings that he completed. Took him 91 pitches. Called strike 3. Always great to check in on the Menards grounds crew, smoothing out the infield dirt between innings.
We know those guys are thankful for a little sunlight and dry weather. They've been working real hard in the early going this season, keeping this field in great playing shape, dealing with the elements. You got to believe they love that sunshine as much as we do.
Contact hitter, not a lot of strikeouts or walks, and really the kind of guy you need to see a lot to appreciate. He's not big in physical stature. Nothing he does jumps out at you immediately. He has to work very hard for everything he gets. It's almost caught by Bonifacio, but he just missed it.
And the one thing for me that does jump out about Aaron Miles is we get another look at Bonifacio using that speed defensively to very nearly make a catch way down in the bullpen. But for Aaron Miles, I've been really impressed, number one, by how quickly he turns double plays at second base, and number two, how willing he is to hang in there and take a hit from the base runner. He has turned some outstanding double plays in the early going this season.
Cub fan showing his colors. And Miles on cue with a base hit.
Hey, fans, watch the Cubs take on the Giants this Monday at 7:05. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs drawstring bag, compliments of Van Campen.
Lilly with a 2-run double to make it 5-0 back in the third inning. He squares the bunt and pulled it back, ball 1. They all have at least one hit except for Kosuke, and he's reached twice on walks. Sneaking in at third, 2-1.
I used to like this situation as a hit and run. You got the defense charging, expecting the bunt from Ted Lilly. Fair speed on the bases. Feel Ted Lilly could make contact. Good time to play a little hit and run. He was swinging that time, however, took the pitch for a called strike. Anytime you can take advantage of a broken up defense. You had Helms charging from third. You had Ramirez breaking over to second base. You had Bonifacio breaking to first base. Cantu was charging. There were holes all over the infield.
A called strike 3, so Lilly never did offer at any of those pitches. Back to the top, and Soriano. Good split there with the on-base percentage, well above the batting average. Miles. Steal number 3 for the Cubs today.
There's no question Ronnie Paulino was in the lineup for his bat. Very deliberate in unloading this ball to second base. Miles didn't get the greatest jump, but the throw's in the dirt. Slides in safely as the ball gets away from the second baseman down there. It's a calculated risk for a manager when you put a catcher behind the plate so you can get his bat in the lineup, knowing full well that defensively you may be a little worse off than if you played your other guy. But it's strictly a case of the matchups today. Ronnie Paulino has had good success against left-handed pitching, so he's in there today against Ted Lilly.
I noticed he's wearing sunglasses under the mask. Is that something you ever did?
No, I can't say that I ever did. And nowadays, they also have an insert that fits inside the mask itself to provide a little screen from the sun on those bright day games. I used to wear a helmet like that. Although I did wear glasses under the catcher's mask in Double-A for a full season in 1978 down in Shreveport, Louisiana with the heat and humidity. I needed windshield wipers on those glasses.
Soriano. Miles in scoring position. And we'll wait an extra few seconds before this next one. Is there a bug or a bee flying around the home plate umpire field in Culbreth? Has that look like, get out of here. Two. Assuming a bee doesn't sting you, I guess if they're flying around, it'd be a sign of spring and summer. And the 2-2 pitch. Helms up with it. So the Cubs draw blank for only the second time through the first 5. They lead 6-1.
You need luggage to bring home souvenirs. It's not your bag's fault some airlines charge add-on fees like baggage fees, reservation fees, curbside check-in fees. You shouldn't get surprised at the airport like that. So grab your bag and shop all you want. At Southwest Airlines, we don't spring those annoying hidden fees on you. So that low $49 summer sale fare stays low for the whole flight. Stuff the bag and those stupid fees. Book now at southwest.com.
Morning, Mike. Morning, Bill.
Morning.
Morning.
I think I might need some better brakes.
You need our Midas Secure Stop brake service. Exceptional stopping power combined with a 55-point brake inspection.
Trust the Midas touch.
Your brake pads, one of those parts you really can't afford to ignore. Right now, Midas is offering up to $50 off brake pads or shoes installed. That's brake pads or shoes up to $50 off. Midas, we're on this road together.
An echo is heard from the mountain walls. Forever it stands and proudly it calls, guiding you on to blue skies everywhere.
For generations, more families have built a lifetime of memories with the confidence that Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois will continue to be there for all the adventures yet to come.
Find blue skies everywhere.
Game 2 of the Western Conference semifinals is on Comcast Sportsnet Plus, and Nikolai Habibulin looks to stand tall between the pipes as the Blackhawks battle Roberto Luongo and the Vancouver Canucks. Coverage starts with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Canucks Game 2 tonight at 7:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus.
Tonight, Game 2 of the Western Conference semifinals is on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Jonathan Taves will lead the Hawks into battle with Roberto Luongo and the Vancouver Canucks. Coverage begins with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Canucks Game 2 tonight at 7:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend. There will also be an official Chicago Blackhawks City Road Watch tonight at the Captain Morgan Club right outside Wrigley Field, corner of Addison and Sheffield. So stop on by tonight as the Hawks try to even up that best-of-7 series before they head home for games 3 and 4. We also want to send out happy birthday wishes for our good friend Jay Blunk, formerly with the Cubs, running the business operations with the Blackhawks.
Do we know how old Jay is?
58? No.
That sounds about right.
3 or 4? 5. Happy birthday, Jay.
Yes, indeed.
Feeling my cell phone's going to be ringing any moment. Terrio can't get it as Bonifacio has a broken bat leadoff single. They have the leadoff man on for the first time.
We'll see how aggressive the Marlins are going to be, trailing by 5 runs in the ball game. If they're going to run, Bonifacio would figure to be the guy. Oh man. That shattered. Bonifacio ended up holding just a piece of the handle. The barrel and everything else goes back and hits Giovanni Soto in the mask.
He's fortunate that the other end of that bat didn't club him in the head. It could have been a lot worse.
I don't even want to think about it.
Nothing in 1 to Hermida. Bonifacio runs really well, 6 for 6 in the stolen base department, but their team down 5. And they haven't had a lot of chances with runners on base. Lilly has handled Hermida so far. Look at the runner coming to the plate. It's low.
We saw that broken bat of Bonifacio hit Giovanni Soto in the mask back there. I think the big difference between the bats that the players use nowadays, a lot of guys using maple bats. And back in the day, everything was made out of white ash. When a maple bat breaks, it explodes. Pieces fly everywhere. You see the barrel of the bat go all the way to the outfield sometimes. The old white ash bats, they would break, but they would stay intact. The bat would be broken, but it wouldn't fly apart into pieces. I'm not sure the reason for that. I'm sure we could ask Chuck Shupp from Louisville Slugger, and he'd be able to explain it to us. But certainly these new, the maple bats, the thin handles, the big barrels, we have seen bats flying all over Major League fields the last couple of years.
And MLB has studied this issue very diligently. I think they basically have taken every broken bat to do some sort of autopsy on it and find out the reason that they're shattering the way they are. And I know they've tried to catalog all the bats a lot better.
I'm sure some of it has to do with the amount of moisture that's in the bat itself. The drier the bat, the more likely it is to break.
I think also kind of the way the grain is on the bat too. And I don't know specifically the process, but I think part of what they're trying to do is maybe look at certain bats and go, this one's much more likely to break, and maybe not use that bat, which would make sense. Or more likely to shatter, like you said, not necessarily break.
And I believe I told the story last year, and occasionally it has to do with just the way the batter holds the bat. As you get into the contact area and you hit the baseball, you want it to be with the grain, not against the grain. When you hit a baseball, I don't care what kind of bat you use, against the grain, it's much more likely to break.
3-2 pitch, and Hermida has struck out 3 times swinging.
Once again, Ted Lilly taking a lot off that slider down low and away. That's how he got Hermida back in the first inning. That prolonged at bat, I think a 10 or 11 pitch at bat. Hermida just kept fouling pitches off until Ted Lilly finally took a lot off that slider, got him way out in front, just like he did here in the 6th. had a player with the Diamondbacks who later played here with the Cubs briefly, Tony Womack. Fine shortstop, great base stealer. He used to break 3 bats a game, and we could never figure out why until we watched him closely in batting practice one day. And the way he was holding the bat, he was constantly making contact against the grain of the bat. But that's what felt comfortable to him. He didn't like to see the trademark as he got the bat into the hitting zone, and unfortunately broke a lot of bats.
Bonifacio at first, Ramirez at the plate. Lilly's going to throw over. Had charged with a balk earlier when he threw to first, but Derek Lee was coming off the bag to guard against the bunt after signals crossed. Hermida hasn't been successful in terms of getting on base today, but he's seen about almost a third of the pitches thrown by Ted Lilly, 22 of the first 74.
Fortunately for Ted Lilly, the rest of this Marlins lineup has been very aggressive against him today. If you have 2 or 3 or 4 guys in the lineup putting together those kind of at-bats, it's going to be a short day for a starting pitcher. He's going to run his pitch count up to the point where the manager's going to have to think about taking him out of the game. But fortunately, Hermida really the only guy working those long at-bats, even though he hasn't had the payoff at the end.
To Ramirez.
Gio wants it down and in. The pitch is down and away. Has to reach across his body a little bit, but that pitch is still on the plate. Good cover. Colbreth gives him the call.
In baseball has scored more runs since 2006 than Hanley Ramirez. A whopping 377 runs. Counting fine shape. Lou wanted to get at least 7 good innings from Lilly with a bullpen that's been busy. David Patton got his first major league win yesterday. 2 scoreless innings of relief. They keep the Cubs in it.
If Ramirez was walking away because he thought he just called strike 3, or what the situation was there. I mean, that breaking ball clearly outside, never does get back to the corner. Ramirez started to head toward that first base dugout, then took an about face and has his toe hold back in the box.
Here at Wrigley Field, and Cub fans have enjoyed this one. Cubs got 3 right off the bat. They lead 6-1 in the 6th. Deep breath by Lilly, and the pitch. Ramirez still alive.
Bonifacio was having a little trouble reading Ted Lilly over there at first base. That time he really shortened up his lead. He was only about a step and a half off the bag at first. He was creeping towards second base, and because of that, Ted Lilly held the ball until Bonifacio came to a complete stop.
The next pitch, called strike 3.
Now he can walk back to the dugout. That's the one Ted was trying to throw earlier in the sequence. It was just off the outside corner. This time he scoots it over a little bit, drops it right on the corner for a called strike 3.
He's tied his season high with 8 strikeouts. Bonifacio still at first after a couple of strikeouts. Cantu looks at ball 1. It's 4-1 Washington over the Cardinals in the 8th. Colby Rasmus with his first home run. To deep right, Wynn pushing it back, but Hoffpower's going to have room, and that'll end the inning. Leadoff single, no runs. Cubs 6, Marlins 1.
Let 20 Sports Grill and Nightclub take you out to the ball game. Every seat is the best seat in the house with 16 plasma TVs and a state-of-the-art sound system to make sure you never miss a play. Sink your teeth into mouth-watering burgers, wings, and more. Save big on delicious food specials during the game. You won't believe the beer selection at 20 Sports Grill. 20 beers on tap, each one with its own glass. Come to 20 Sports Grill and Nightclub for great food, sports, and always the right beer in the right glass.
For all your outdoor needs, shop Menards. This hose reel from Suncast can hold up to 150 feet of hose and comes pre-assembled, only $19.99. Beautify your yard with a stylish arbor from Real Wood Products. They're constructed of naturally weather-resistant western cedar. This deluxe style with lattice sides is only $99. Plus, there's 0 payments and no interest until 2010 when you use your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Tonight, Game 7. It's win or go home time for the Bulls as Derrick Rose and company battle Ray Allen and the Celtics. A Game 7 showdown in Boston. Coverage starts with Bulls pregame live. Bulls Celtics Game 7 tonight at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Big day of sports action here on Comcast Sportsnet. We're in the last of the 6th as the Cubs try to get back over 500. Came in at 11 up, 11 down, 5-5 at home. Playing the Eastern leading Florida Marlins up the middle, but Ramirez was shaded that way, and he'll throw out Terrio. Coming up a little bit later, our 7th inning stretch conducted by Peter Cetera, former lead singer of Chicago. He's from here. He's been a solo artist for a long time. And I recall Peter is a big baseball fan, so enjoy talking to him. I have a feeling I'm not criticizing, and we enjoyed our conversation with Denise Richards. She was a lot of fun. She laughed a lot, taking a little heat for being very off-key yesterday, but she had fun with it. I think Peter will probably hit most of the notes.
I would
imagine
he does that
so.
For a living.
Pretty much, yeah.
Although he won't have a no horn section behind him today. Just Gary Pressey on the organ.
2-1 on Kosuke. Denise's problem was she started too high in pitch, and that's when people get in trouble.
If you ever get invited to sing the stretch, the advice is low and slow. Always start a little bit lower than you think you should, and always go a little bit slower than you think you should. And really, after the first word, just turn it over to the 40,000 in attendance here at Wrigley Field. Best backup singers in the world.
3-2 to Kosuke. A fly to left. Hermida will slide. Good attempt, but he didn't get it. It's foul. That's really textbook over in that area. You don't want to go head first into the wall.
No, this is what you see corner outfielders and infielders do when they get close to the barrier. No matter what ballpark you're playing in, you go in feet first. Try to use your feet and your legs to protect yourself against that wall.
I thought Hermida was safe. Close call.
Of course, unless you read Johnson, and then you go face first right into the wall.
Ground ball to the second baseman, Bonifacio. Short toss to Cantu. Booming home run for Derek Lee his last time up.
And we show you this now because that ball is just now landing. He absolutely mashed that ball. First one we've seen leave the friendly confines this season by a Cubs hitter.
Knee-high strike on a heater. 0-2. Fifth-round pick of the Orioles in 02. Jim Palmer, minor league pitcher of the year in that organization 5 years ago. Born in Santee, California. Came over from the Orioles in the offseason. And his 1-2 pitch to Lee is hit foul.
No, Len, I'll tell you, as you know, the Cubs didn't take batting practice on the field today. Some of the guys went down to the cage to get a little optional hitting in. We'll finish that later.
And they've scored 6 runs. Yeah, without regular batting practice. 6-1 to the 7th.
What am I going to do now? Jimmy John's?
Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
Here's to the power of doing. Doing more with your hands, your shovel, and your budget. We've lowered over 1,000 prices so you can pay less and do more. We're bringing you locally selected plants and the beauty of spring. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
Kawasaki's Greenlight event is on. Save up to $1,500 on ATVs, street bikes, watercraft, RUVs, dirt bikes, and more. This event ends soon. Head to your Kawasaki dealer today.
CSNChicago.com is giving you exclusive access to your favorite Chicago sports team with blogs, expert analysis, special behind-the-scenes videos, and more. All from your favorite Comcast Sportsnet personalities. Only on CSNChicago.com, a fan's best friend online. Tonight, it's Game 7, and it all comes down to this as Ben Gordon, Derrick Rose, and the Bulls look for a series win against the Boston Celtics.
smacks the first offering from Ted Lilly for a base hit. 6-1 Cubs in the 7th. They have one extra base hit. That was the Ross solo homer in the 5th. The other 4 knocks have been singles. Helms for the 3rd time. If the Marlins draw close late, we have not heard about the availability of Dan Uggla, who was a late scratch because of tightness in his left hamstring. Would think he'd be able to at least swing the bat, but it may not even come to that if the Cubs can hold him the rest of the way. Fly ball to deep left center. Kosuke's back on the warning track. He's going to leap. He caught it right in front of the 368. Nicely done. You don't see a lot of leaping catches up against the vines in this ballpark. You have the basket overhang. You can't do it better than that.
Great judgment by Kosuke. You really have to use that warning track. That's a split-second decision whether to attempt that leaping catch up against the vines or back off the wall and play the carom. And that time Kosuke made a good decision and a good play.
That's a big out, because if they don't get it, well, maybe the Cubs get somebody up in the bullpen. 2 on, no outs. Ross went very deep, almost completely out of the park. His home run back in the 5th. Bounces it foul. Checked on the home run hit by Colby Rasmus today in Washington. That was his first career homer. Probably hit many for the Cardinals over the years, but they still trail. It's 5-1 in the 8th. So a chance here for the Cubs to get within 4 in the division. Just missed outside. 2-2. Dan Myers up in the Florida pen. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Hey fans, meet the team, have a ball, presented by Bank of America, is on Wednesday, May 13th at 2:30 in the afternoon. Collect autographs on an authentic MLB baseball from the 2009 Cubs players and coaches in attendance. Limited tickets are available for $300 each. Proceeds benefit Cubs designated charities. To purchase tickets, call 773-404-CUBS.
Cameron Maben batting with 2 outs. We're getting ready for the stretch. Peterson. And whoops. Yeah. That's a balk. And Ronnie Paulino is being told by his base coach, Andy Fox, to head to second. I don't think anybody really called it because it was so obvious. It's a second balk by Lilly today. And you can't hesitate.
Not sure what that was all about. It almost looked like Ted Lilly heard somebody call timeout in the middle of his delivery and just decided to stop, and then realized if I do that, it's going to be a box. So then he tried to lob it on to Giovanni Soto, but couldn't get away with it.
Line and caught by Derek Lee. Time for the stretch.
Best conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game is Grammy Award-winning singer and songwriter Peter Cetera.
All right, Cub fans, let's keep it going. Here we go. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Thank you.
9, please.
Don't like stopping? Fly Southwest Airlines' new nonstop service from Chicago Midway to New York LaGuardia starting June 28, or Boston Logan starting August 16 for just $89 one way. Book now at southwest.com. Low fares, no hidden fees.
An echo is heard from the mountain walls. Forever it stands and proudly it calls, guiding you on to blue skies everywhere.
For generations, more families have built a lifetime of memories with the confidence that Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois will continue to be there for all the adventures yet to come.
Find blue skies everywhere.
Every morning, catch up on everything happening in Chicago sports with Sports Rise. It's the perfect way to start your sports day. Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Great, that sounds great.
Tuesday, May 5th is Empress Day here at Wrigley Field. Don't miss the action. The Cubs will battle the Giants at 1:20. Lucky seat winners will be awarded great prizes throughout the game. No purchase necessary. For more info, visit Cubs.com. Great baseball fan with us, Grammy winner, Chicago native Peter Cetera. Nicely done as always.
Thank you. Thank you.
You've got the Ron Santo autographed jersey.
I finally got it signed from him. You know.
Yeah.
I told him. I should have told him. We're sooner or later we'll both get in the Hall of Fame.
That's right. Yeah. I have not been, and I should have gone. I've been to Cleveland a couple of times. The Indians are coming here. I still have not been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I would love to go. I've heard it's pretty cool.
It's cool. There's a lot more memorabilia in some of the Hard Rock cafes.
Yeah.
If you ever have a chance to go to London, that's the one.
Yeah, the great one downtown Chicago. You walk in, you see Jimi Hendrix guitar.
Yeah.
It's 3-1 on Micah Hoffpower. What's going on, Peter?
I'm in town. I have a show tomorrow where I'm doing a benefit for Carrie's Fund. And it's out at CD&Me out in Frankfurt. It's a friend of mine I went to high school with. His daughter was one of the victims of the Lane Bryant things. And they have put together a fund for her, and they use the money for continuing education for disadvantaged youth in the trade schools and whatever. So it's a good cause, and it's we'll see everybody out there tomorrow.
That is a great cause. Joey Gathright will run for Hoffpower after the leadoff walk. Here's Fontenot.
Last time I was here, I think we scored 7 or 8, I think.
That's right. Yeah, that was a big inning. Cubs already leading by 5. And just a gorgeous day to be at the ballpark. Spring is finally here.
Yeah, I see a few of the ivy peeking out.
Pitcher and catcher getting together.
Excuse me, Len. I got to ask you, Peter. I saw something on the internet, and now we know that you can't take everything for sure. A story that you got in a brawl at a Dodger game in 1969?
Ernie Banks was batting. Yeah, we went to a Dodger game because when we had just moved out to LA, and of course, big Cub fan, and some Marines from Camp Pendleton out there didn't like long hair, I think, and they took it out on my jaw and It was last thing I remember was Ernie Banks coming to bat, and sang with a brace on my teeth for a couple of months, and but thank you so much, Bob. If I can ever pay you back, I certainly will.
Good memories. Yeah,
I love it.
That's the 60s,
Yes.
And Gathright out.
Right off the bag.
He slid past second base and is caught.
Right off the bag.
Yep, that's too bad. Joey Gathright had so much momentum going into second base there, he just couldn't hold the bag. Had a blast right through the base, had his hand on momentarily, but in the estimation of Jim Wolf down there at second base, he came off just enough.
So the 1-1 to Fontenot's swing and the miss. It is 1-2. You've worked with a lot of the greats throughout the years. What's the most memorable duet you've done, or guitar player, anyone that you've worked with that just was especially satisfying for you?
Back in the day, when I was with Chicago, we toured with Hendrix. Hendrix took us as his opening group.
Oh, wow.
And that's pretty memorable. I actually did a song with Madonna, and one would think just the opposite. She was sweet and funny and lovely, and so you can never tell. And it's always a thrill to meet. I'm just as starstruck as the next person. And when I meet sports people or singers or anything, I'm just like anybody else. It's a thrill to meet them, and you hope they're nice.
Oh, sure. Well, we had you up in the booth the last time. We were both struck by just how down to earth you are, and that's a Midwestern thing, I think, Peter. People they know when you meet somebody from Chicago or Joliet or Des Moines, you can just tell that Midwestern politeness.
I think so. You walk down Michigan Avenue on a crowded Saturday. Well, you walk down the street there, and it's just, it wouldn't happen anywhere else.
Right.
Everybody's friendly, and there you go.
Well, have a great event.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Good to see you, Peter.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
You got it.
And Frankfurt, Illinois.
This May 5th, be sure to grab some ice-cold Corona or Corona Light. Then squeeze a lime and race your bottle to Cinco de Mayo. The perfect holiday for Mexico's favorite beer. Relax responsibly.
How'd you get her to agree to this?
Simple. I told her about the Luna Double. I went to luna.com/Cubs and saved double.
It's like found money.
773-202 Luna.
PJ Bland. Took me years to create the perfect menu. My entrees will fill you up. How's everything? Average, but there's a lot of it. Good.
My meal has no taste.
Great. PJ Bland's. Stuff to eat right up the street.
Is he serious? If you're going out to eat, make sure it's for something you'll love eating. Introducing Chili's 10 entrees for under $7 each. Like our Honey Chipotle Crispers. We take the time to hand batter each one. That's what makes them crispy pieces of heaven on earth. 10 perfectly portioned entrees for under $7. Right now at Chili's.
Kosuke moves from center to right. Gathright stays in and plays center. Ted Lilly still pitching. And Alfredo Amezaga is batting for the pitcher Penn. Just a little subtle thing. This won't mean anything to Cub fans necessarily, but Freddie Gonzalez is going to be really happy with Hayden Penn today. I mean, their team may not win this game. They're down 5. But that's a manager's dream on kind of a nightmare day with his team down big. He gave him 3 scoreless innings.
Yeah, when your starter gets blown up early in the ball game like that, you immediately start thinking about what roster moves can we make after the game to get more pitching up here, because I'm going to have to empty my bullpen today. And you're right, Penn did a nice job. Kosuke Fukudome moving from center to right. Gets the first ball hit right to him.
If you're traveling and can't watch your Cubs on TV, you can always catch the game on your computer with MLB.tv. It's the ultimate baseball experience, featuring 100 out-of-market games per week live on your computer, and catch those you missed on demand. For more details, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on.
Well, if Freddie Gonzalez is happy with Hayden Penn. You know, Lou Piniella is ecstatic with Ted Lilly today.
No doubt.
Was hoping to get 7 strong innings out of his left-hander. Here he is pitching into the 8th with a lead. Just exactly what the doctor ordered. I didn't mean to bring up bad memories for Peter Cetera. I just had that little note about an incident that happened at a Dodger game.
Well, he handled it well. The internet was right, apparently. Oh, good guy, Peter Cetera. It's a great part of our job that we get to interview the 7th inning stretch guest singers, but just to hear that voice, it's such a recognizable voice. Sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." That's fun. Bonifacio lining right at Kosuke. 2 outs. Opening day starters tomorrow. Nolasco and Zambrano. Lou was asked during his meeting with reporters today about the Greg Maddux, Fergie Jenkins day, and how Z's going to be emotionally. It's going to be amped up. Going to be a lot of energy in the ballpark. Great pregame ceremony.
Big Z amped up. Speaking of Lou Piniella, this is somewhat of an anniversary for him for our This Day in Baseball history. Back in 1976, when Lou was playing for the Yankees against the Red Sox, and you may remember this, had a collision at home plate with Carlton Fisk that quickly escalated into a benches clearing brawl. Greg Nettles, Bill Lee from the Boston Red Sox, they got after it so badly that Bill Lee had a separated shoulder. When they finally separated the teams, Bill Lee came out of the pack with his arm dragging on the ground, and it wasn't your typical square dance. There were some blows being thrown and landed in that one, but it all started with the skipper sliding into Carlton Fisk at home plate.
Did you get a chance to ask him about it?
I didn't see it until I came upstairs, right. But I'll remind him of it later. If you think he's a fiery manager, you should have checked him out as a player. Yeah.
2-2 on Hermida with Hanley Ramirez on deck, fouled back.
You know, that particular period, the mid to late 70s, the Yankees and the Red Sox, I mean, it had been a rivalry for years, no question about it. But that period of time, those guys genuinely disliked each other. You almost got the feeling that, you know, playing a ball game was just a precursor to getting out there and throwing some fists.
Went to a fight and the baseball game broke out. Yeah. Hermida has struck out 4 times. Lilly has hit 10 on the day. He has been in total command throughout.
When shopping for the lowest price on a new Chevy, visit JerryHaggertyChevrolet.com. You're guaranteed to have an informative and hassle-free experience. Jerry Haggerty Chevrolet has been serving the Glen Ellen community for over 20 years. For value and integrity, it has to be Haggerty.
When a major hospital wanted to add on to their benefits package at no direct cost to the company, their very first word was... Find out more at forbusiness.com.
Deciding on a color? Let's start with some idea cards. That'll get you to the right one.
We're here because we've been there with the tools, products, and advice to get it done right. True Value. Start right, start here.
Get the right products and expert advice for your next painting project at K&K True Value. Start right, start here.
One of the beauties of the St. Ambrose Excel program is the flexibility that it offers the student. Most of my students are people who are working full-time, have families, and it's nearly impossible for them to be taking college classes during the day.
It does not pull you away from your business or your home multiple nights a week. It's all compact into one 4-hour session.
I feel the St. Ambrose Excel program has really helped me be an excellent role model for my children.
St. Ambrose University Excel program, the right choice for you, your career, and your lifestyle.
Live weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
I'm Gail Fisher with this Toyota Sports Night update. The Bulls and Celtics play Game 7 of their series tonight right here on Comcast Sportsnet at 7 o'clock. As for the Blackhawks, the second game of their series with the Canucks will be shown on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. The action starts at 8 o'clock. But right now, let's head back out to Wrigley Field with Len and Bob. Guys?
The Cubs are trying to make it 2 in a row and earn at least a split in this series, and a chance to win the series tomorrow. Kiko Calero is on for the Marlins, facing Aaron Miles, Carlos Zambrano, and Alfonso Soriano. Well, he didn't pitch today. He's going to bat for Ted Lilly. Miles skies to right. One out is Cody Ross. Gathers it in. If you've never been to Wrigley Field or been 1,000 times, a guided tour of the friendly confines has something for everyone. Each tour includes visits to places like the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, and much more. Tours are available on select dates throughout the season. Tickets are $25. A portion of the proceeds benefit Cubs designated charities. For more info or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Good hand for Z. This is 3 in a row, right, for Z? He's a pinch hitter, yep. -2.
Draws the reactions from the crowd here at Wrigley. Fastball up and in. This is the one thing you're a little concerned about, sending one of your aces up there to pinch hit. We know Carlos can hit, but can he get out of the way of a fastball up and in? Can he run the bases without blowing a hamstring?
Well, fans don't like it when he's being treated like a hitter.
Well,
and yeah, it's probably not a bad idea to throw inside on an 0-2 to a power hitter like Carlos. But remember, he gets to pitch tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. But you know what? The fans got on their feet. And he gets the Billy Williams treatment. Billy's famous story about Billy Williams Day. And he got a big hand. I think he was trying to hit for the cycle. And he struck out. Got a standing ovation. Brings up Soriano with 2 outs and nobody on. Aaron Heilman will pitch the 9th. The 8-inning start for Ted Lilly, the longest outing by a Cubs starter this season. Nobody previously to today had gone beyond 7.
Masterful performance by Ted Lilly today. Did not walk a Marlins batter. Struck out 10. In command from the first pitch of the game until he came out for the pinch hitter.
Calero's tied for the major league lead with 13 appearances coming in. Maben has a long way to go, and he won't get there in time as Soriano has his second hit in 5 trips.
It's just instinct for an outfielder. When you see a big power hitter like Soriano take a full swing, your first instinct is to freeze in your tracks, and that time Soriano hit the ball off the end of the bat. It got out there in shallow left center and just died in front of Maben.
It's over in D.C. 6-1. Nationals. Shiron Martis is now 3-0. He went the distance on a 5-hitter. Zimmerman in that game with a first inning double, extending his hitting streak to 21 games. That's the longest streak this year in the major leagues. Two games going on, early games in the American League, and the Angels lead at New York 5-1. In the bottom of the 7th. Tie game in Toronto. The Orioles and the Blue Jays 3-3 in the 8th. Adam Jones with his 5th home run for Baltimore. Danny Baez is back. Missed all of last year after Tommy John surgery. Pitching well for the Orioles. He's in there right now in relief. Foul tip. 2-2.
Big swing that time from Terry. That's the one concern you have with a guy who's not normally a home run hitter, that gets in a stretch where he's feeling pretty good and seeing the ball at the plate and getting big results. The grand slam yesterday, the 2-run homer today. We'll start over swinging.
And I think Ryan has a really good idea of the balance. You know, Lou talked about driving the ball with runners on base, the opportunity to knock people in. His main function as a 2-hitter in this lineup is to get on for the guys in the middle. But lately, he's been driving in the leadoff man, Soriano.
Well, as we've seen so many times, not only this season, but throughout the history of the game, just because you're the number 2 hitter in the lineup doesn't mean you're not going to come up to the plate with runners at second and third, bases loaded, whatever the case may be.
He went around, according to Field and Culbreth, to end the inning. Here comes the 9th. Heilman will try to close it out. Cubs lead by 5.
Precision handling, high performance braking, smooth and comfortable ride. Tame the road, hand-cooked tires.
Create a maintenance-free patio with 16-inch concrete blocks from Menards. They give the look of stamped concrete for a fraction of the price. Cover large areas fast. Choose from 5 styles, all on sale, $249 each. Add style to your landscaping with Mystic Crete Rock Steps by Cast Natural Stone. They're lightweight and can be installed without the use of heavy equipment. A 15 by 30-inch step is $99. A 30 by 30-inch step is just $149.
Save big money at Menards.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
Performance braking, smooth and comfortable ride. Tame the road, hand-cooked tires.
Time now to look at our Lexus Pursuing Perfection player of the game. Who else? Ted Lilly. Had it all working today. The return of the big overhand curveball was a very effective pitch for him. And not only on the mound, but he contributed at the plate as well. A big 2 RBI double off the wall in right field. Ted Lilly, our Lexus Pursuing Perfection player of the game.
So it's Heilman in a non-save spot after the starter went 8 very strong innings. Ramirez, Cantu, and Paulino representing the last chance for Florida. Strikes. Heilman, a rare short reliever, works from the windup. Hit foul. Hopefully it doesn't come up. And that Heilman stays ahead of the hitters, but the Cubs relief corps has walked collectively 49 batters, most in the majors. It's been the biggest issue for the bullpen, so hopefully that'll get sorted out. Lilly didn't walk anybody to go along with his 10 punch-outs. Swing and a miss. Good start to the 9th for Heilman. The Feldco Cubs upcoming schedule. Next off day won't be until a week from Monday after the next road trip. We'll be back with you here on Comcast Sportsnet Tuesday afternoon against the Giants.
That's the Lincecum game, I believe, Tim Lincecum. And granted, it was a Cactus League game, but the Cubs really banged around the Giants right-hander down in spring training this year. And one thing that might kind of get lost in the shuffle in the ball game today with the great performance by Ted Lilly, the home run by Theriot and Derek Lee. Micah Hoffpower with a solid game, not only at the plate, went 2 for 3, scored a run, drew a walk, but some nice defensive plays in the outfield. Lou was obviously a little upset with some of the plays that Micah made earlier in the season. Said he was going to go with his best defensive team, but as the ball club was struggling offensively, Micah's a guy you like to have in there against right-handed pitching, and the fact that he was able to man his position in right field effectively today, make all the plays, and make some spectacular plays, he figures to get some more playing time.
2 outs in the 9th. Here's what you were talking about.
And this is not an accident. This is the result of a lot of hard work out there. Mike Quaddy hitting a lot of fly balls, a lot of fungos to his right, to his left, over his head, in front of him.
Yeah, Micah said it's not for lack of effort after that game in which he struggled. Paulino with 2 outs. 40,083 in the ballpark today. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. Greg Maddux and Fergie Jenkins will be together on the field as their number 31 will be retired before the game. 2-1. Final strike. The 2-2 pitch, got him. Heilman strikes out the side. Cubs win. The final today, Cubs 6, Marlins 1. Sing.
Baseball season's underway. Well, you better get ready for a brand new day. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. They're singing, go Cubs, go. Go Cubs, go. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. Go Cubs, go. Go Cubs, go. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. They got the power, they got the speed to be the best in the National League. Well, this is the year and the Cubs are in. So come on down to Wrigley Field. We're singing down, go Cubs, go.
Ted Lilly beats the Marlins for the first time in his career. Let's hear from his battery mate. Luke, take it away.
All right, we're here with Giovanni Soto. Gio, first of all, Ted Lilly was spectacular, some great defensive plays, but what was working for him today on the mound?
Today, he combined everything together. He was throwing strikes, and his curveball came in to play a big role today. And he was getting early outs and getting early swings on the guys, and we managed to keep match control.
Seemed like he had great control of the curveball.
Yeah, I mean, his curveball last outing was a little shady. He found it today, and it was big for him. It took away those guys to just gear up for the fastball.
You think this team's offense is starting to come around a little bit? Looks like it the last 2 days.
Yeah, it looks like it. And hopefully we can get rolling here.
All right, go get him.
All right, thank you.
Great game for Ted Lilly. 10 strikeouts, guys, and Giovanni Soto was behind the plate for all of it.
Luke, thank you. And the W flag flying as the Cubs are back over 500. They shaved a game off the Cardinals' lead in the division. 4 back, still very early. Well, that'll wrap up our game coverage. Stay tuned for post-game live. The final score today, the Cubs 6, the Marlins 1. Our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet. Tuesday, pregame live at 12:30. It'll be Tim Lincecum for the Giants, left-hander Sean Marshall for the Cubs. Final game of a 2-game series. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly, Luke Stuckmeyer, Mark Brady, Dave Turner, Doug Stanton, and our entire crew. This is Len Casper. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and let's send it over to Gail and Todd in our Comcast Sportsnet studios.
Fisher here in the Comcast Sportsnet studios. Todd Hollinsworth joins me for BMW Cubs postgame live. You'll hear Lou Pinella's postgame remarks, and we'll get you ready for tomorrow's series finale. It all comes your way after the short timeout.
Where's the light?
Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Here's an all-around great deal from Firestone. Buy 4 of these, get $50 toward any of these. Just buy a set of select Firestone tires and get a gift card by mail to the Home Depot worth $50 for a limited time only at your Firestone retailer.
Our dad always told us it takes a lifetime to build a reputation and a moment to tear it down.
That's why for 50 years, our family-owned Danley's Garage Realty has pledged our QSP promise: quality, service, and price.
We're celebrating our 50th anniversary with garages reduced to $59.99.
From our family to yours, it's not just a guarantee, it's our promise.
Danley's 773 Garages. I think that possibly, maybe I'm falling for you. Yes, there's a chance that I've fallen quite hard over you. I've seen the waters that make your eyes shine.
More bars in more places. AT&T, the best coverage worldwide. This Mother's Day, buy Mom a Samsung Propel after mail-in rebate and get one free after mail-in rebate.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. Midas. We're on this road together. Go to MidasChicago.com for valuable savings. Aflac. We've got you under our wing. And by Toyota. See your Toyota dealer now to start saving now. Is Lowe's Cubs postgame live.
Fly ball to right, and it's deep. Ross is going back on it, and he can't make the play. Hoffpower scores. Miles chugging hard. He's in. Ted Lilly with a 2-run double.
Ted Lilly helping his own cause today while the Riot hits another home run. Lilly, by the way, was fantastic on the mound, and it all adds up to another Cubs victory. 6-1 is the final over the Marlins at Wrigley Field, where they're playing the song again we love to hear. Hello and welcome to Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Gail Fisher and Todd Hollandsworth here with you. Now, Todd, they scored more than 4 runs, and they're still unbeaten in the month of May.
Formula for winning, no doubt about it. They came out, hits top to bottom in the lineup today. Ted Lilly came out, was fantastic. That's the word of the day, fantastic. He came out, took control of this game early, helped himself with the bat. The offense came alive. It was fun to watch.
8 innings out of Lilly. Of course, he is our Feltco star of the game. Let's take a look at what Lilly was able to accomplish today and really sort of bounce back from his outing previously, and he really came out and pitched a gem.
But one thing I noticed about Ted today was his ability. He had, number one, he had command of all of his pitches from start to finish, all the way through the 8th inning. But on top of that, his ability to change his game plan as this game went on. He was setting hitters up from the beginning. Fastballs, setting up his curveballs, setting up his changeup. He would, a couple times through the lineup, he comes back next time up. Jeremy Hermida, a guy who struck out 4 times today, the second and third times he faced him in that lineup, he set him up the other way around. He was setting him up with his off-speed stuff. So he was using his fastballs to set up his curveballs to set up his fastballs. He was in complete control today. He dominated. That curveball was buckling right-handed hitters today. You don't see that often.
I was almost wondering if he was going to come out and pitch the 9th. Let's take a look back at the stats now, the pitching recap for both sides. And the Cubs really getting to Anibal Sanchez today. He lasted just the 4 innings. Lilly's numbers look good. 10 strikeouts and no walks. Probably the thing that stands out the most.
Well, the thing with Anibal Sanchez today is the approach. It's almost like some of the approaches that teams have had against the Cubs pitchers. Try and wear them down. The Cubs offense today wore him down. They made him throw pitches. They got themselves into hitters counts. Today when Phil Colbert, the home plate umpire, seemed like he was calling anything that didn't bounce a strike. And you have to take note of that as a player. And what basically happened here was they capitalized on his ineffectiveness, his wildness, and they forced him to throw strikes. And then the big base hit, Ted Lilly jumping all over that. That was at least a 20-pitch inning going right there with the walk to Fontenot setting that up. And he just kind of got himself in trouble all day long, and that's why he threw a lot of pitches, and when he had to throw a strike, the Cubs were ready.
The run support also for Lilly obviously took some pressure off him, and he was able to stay aggressive and do what he needed to do. I joked about him coming out in the 9th, but he really did help rest that bullpen today by pitching 8 innings. It's Aaron Heilman who comes into the 9th, and we have to give him a lot of credit. He had a tough outing his last time Thursday night, giving up the 6 runs, and just an unfortunate situation for him in that extra inning. inning game, and he comes back and he strikes out the side in the ninth.
This guy's a professional. He was going to bounce back. You would expect him to bounce back, but he came out here in a game that was completely under control. He could have gone out there and said, I'm working on some stuff, or he went out there to get outs, and he ended up striking out the side. That's a guy that you can count on. That's a guy that you can bounce back with. That's what you would have hoped to see today, and he did it. I don't know about striking out the side, but it certainly was fun to see. 13 strikeouts today. Cubs pitchers, no walks.
Yes, excellent news there. Ryan Theriot, another big game for him. It early on looked like he could have been our star of the game for the second straight day. He gets a hold of one in the first inning. Another home run for Ryan Theriot. This one a 2-run shot.
Flexing his muscles again. I'm sure there's going to be some more ribbing going on in the clubhouse after the game. He's up to 2 now, and he keeps this pace up. He might find himself at 20. It was kind of funny. I was watching him a little bit later in the game, and it kind of looked like he might have been swinging just a little bit harder, maybe looking for that second and third homer, second homer of the day, third on the season. But it was so fun to see him do that, put another charge into the ball. He has been swinging the bat well. He helped this Cub offense get rolling today.
And he also hit a triple, so we started talking about the cycle a little bit early as well, because those are probably the 2 hardest ones to get out of the way when you are going to hit for the cycle, but he's just been swinging the bat very well. Derek Lee, a good game for him as well. And really, when the offense goes and you have all the guys starting to hit and you put some runs up on the board, it's almost contagious.
It was so good to see Derek Lee on a ball. So much has been made about the lack of power, the lack of production. His batting average is down. Is he hurting? Has he lost some power? This ball was absolutely squashed. We talk about as a hitter squashing the bug with your front foot, and so you have great timing. Boy, he got his front foot down on that first pitch fastball and absolutely just hammered it. First ball to leave the field this year.
All right, so a good offensive day for the Cubs. You know, we talked in the pregame show just about the numbers in terms of it's either feast or famine. They're either scoring no runs or just 2, and they usually take a loss, or it's about 10 runs or 11 runs. Today they put up a solid 6 runs, and that should do the trick, especially in the National League. You don't have to put up those big numbers. If you consistently score maybe between 4 and 6, that's a good day. Ted Lilly, though, also helping out, and he's at Wrigley now. Let's listen in.
He's tough. I've seen a few of our guys try and change his mind, and not too often, but you know, I definitely understand where he's coming from. You know, it's just one of those things where I felt like I wanted to kind of stretch it out a little bit now. So. That was fun. Kind of, you know, I'd like to say the wind wasn't blowing out, but I think once it got up there, it kind of carried the ball pretty well. So, and at that point in the game, it was, you know, it was pretty big as far as momentum goes. The game was still 3-0 game, and so, you know, I think it's important for us, you know, as pitchers to be able to get our bunts down first, and then every once in a while be able to come up with a big hit or find a way to work a walk. I think those things are important, and you realize that you know, especially from the other side, pitching against pitchers, how important it is to get those guys out. The other few days ago in Arizona, I gave up a double to Dan Herron, and that, you know, that kind of broke the game open. Yeah, I certainly don't blame him for doing that. I think Aaron Miles is a career 300 hitter, so that's not a surprise. It's nothing nothing personal. I don't take it that way. You know, being a pitcher, I guess if you know, if I was a regular player or something like that, yeah, you have to figure we're going to. We've got a lot of good hitters that are going through the reality of baseball, I guess. I mean, that's the only way that I can think of it. You know, it's a very difficult game to continue to try and be as consistent as possible. I mean, it's just hard to do that, and the thing about it is all these guys that are going through a little bit of a rough stretch. The best thing about it is knowing their personalities and the fact that they're gonna grind their way through it. You know, they're not gonna get down on themselves too much, and they're going to work through it. I certainly feel that way in them, and I'm sure the other guys around them do.
The third inning, the play of first. It looked like you.
Again, I just felt like I went and watched the replay on that, and I've just been late leaving the mound. I kind of surveying a little bit and watching them play instead of reacting a little quicker. Kind of upset with myself and not seeing the play develop a little sooner.
But the trainer went on.
Oh, he. Well, I tried to. I got the bag, and he'd kicked my foot coming by. So that was one way that I felt like, I felt like I got him, because my foot was on the bag, when he came through. But I looked at it on replay, and it was a close play. So.
And then after the fifth, you were talking to the umpire a little bit. Like when the inning was over.
Yeah, I was asking. What was I asking him about? No. I was. I thought Maben might have been out of the box when he was trying to bunt. So. Yeah, the ball just about came out of my hand. So if I was going to go to throw it, I would have completely lost it. So I just tried to re-grip it and lob it in there. And but you don't see that too often. I saw Barry Zito do that about 5 years ago in Oakland. And he holds the ball really, really loose in his hand. So every once in a while he'll do that. But I think that's maybe the second time that I've ever done that in the game.
You got one earned run at Wrigley this season. Do you feel more comfortable pitching at home?
I love pitching here. I mean, there's so much energy to feed off. There's no question. And it's definitely important for us to play well and take it on the road. Today was nice. It was nice working with Gio. I guess it's one of those things. Just he's caught me quite a bit, and he's got a great feel of the game, and it's amazing how many times where I'll go through 3-4 innings without throwing a pitch, and a situation will come up, and I'll have already made up in my mind that it's a pitch that I'd like to throw, and he'll put it down. I mean, those kind of things. So that's that's nice when I'm giving him something to work with too. The other day in Arizona was kind of tough because I wasn't commanding the ball very well. So I think as a catcher, to some extent, you're kind of guessing. So.
Speaking of command, you feel like...
All right, a very relaxed Ted Lilly after the big victory at Wrigley. Sounded like he wanted to come and pitch that night and finish the game, and he also sounds very excited about being able to contribute offensively.
Well, that's what you want to do, and you want to help your team out any way that you can. You want to be able to contribute offensively. You want to be able to contribute fielding bunts, making plays, keeping your defense. By throwing strikes, you're keeping your defense on their toes. He did all of those things today. He got great outfield defense. That's all part of it. When you're out there walking hitters and you're falling behind hitters and you're throwing a lot of pitches, your defense starts to relax. They start to lose their aggressiveness. Their attention span starts to wander. It's so vital that all of these things function properly for a good win, not only for a good win, for a team on a regular basis to find a way to win regularly. That's how these things work. When you get great pitching, the hitting is going to come. This team has got veteran hitters on it. These guys know how to hit. They're going to hit, and when they start doing it collectively, it's going to be a good thing. The defense, on the other hand, it's been okay, but it's going to pick up. When those walks are eliminated, when you get leads, it takes pressure off of your defense, and you kind of saw that today. Micah out in right field made 2 just phenomenal catches today. He looked like he was in the game. He was on his toes. His last time out there, he just looked a little bit tentative to me. He didn't look tentative at all today. Kosuke Fukudome made a great catch in center field going into the ivy. These guys were on their toes. They were in the game, and this was an early game following the game yesterday. This is an early game. Not everybody's rolling right out of bed. So these guys looked great today. And
Micah Hoffbauer, this coming off the fact that Lou Piniella almost essentially said he wasn't going to play him in right field.
Well, and that's right. So maybe he was out there to prove something today, and not only did he do it with the bat and prove how vital his left-handed bat is in that lineup when there's a right-hander on the mound, but he said, you know what, I can play some pretty decent right field. Just give me a chance.
All right. Well, you will hear from Lou Piniella in just a few minutes, but as we head to our first break, let's check out our Cubs opinion poll question of the day. Who is the Cubs' best pinch hitter? Is it Micah Hoffbauer who just happened to start today? Is it Reed Johnson, Joey Gathright, or Carlos Zambrano, who has pitch hit now for 3 straight games? Log on to CSNChicago.com, then visit the Cubs team page to cast your vote. We'll have the results later on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live.
Where's that former American League home run champ?
Everything's good.
You didn't have to face me.
Stacy and I thought it was Lou All's best game of the year.
Did you see Shane go in and score last night? He turnstile that guy.
I'm a basketball guy.
Comcast Sportsnet's all-star lineup.
Went crazy. Now that's supposed to be.
Down here, please.
And that's how the batting glove got started.
Fans just like you.
A deep dish, big boy. Want some water?
Find all the greats on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
I'm Faye McClure, Vice President of Strategic Marketing for Farmers Insurance. Farmers is proud to be the sponsor of diversity programming on Comcast Sportsnet. To learn more about our diversity initiatives, please visit iChooseFarmers.com.
Whether it's Calvin Klein, Perry Ellis, or Jones, New York, everybody can agree. Designer suits look expensive. Well, they are expensive. They're just not expensive here. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
You can get into shape for less at Fitness Express because we have the lowest rates in town, guaranteed. We offer a huge cardio selection, state-of-the-art circuit training, free instruction, personal trainers, 24-hour access, tanning packages, supervised childcare, and most importantly, a helpful, friendly staff. Stop in right now to take advantage of this great special. This limited time offer ends soon, so hurry in today. Get into shape for less at Fitness Express.
Announcing the AUSA Military Appreciation Card Program. The Rock Island Arsenal chapter of AUSA, along with area businesses, are offering this card free of charge to you and your family as a benefit for your service to our country. Whether you're active duty, reserve, National Guard, veteran, retired, DoD civilians, or a surviving family member, we're proud to offer you this service. To use this card, simply log on to this website and click on the discount card link. Thank you for your service to our great nation.
Every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Time now for our Four Seasons Who's Hot, Who's Not. Who's hot? Pablo Sandoval is hot. He's hitting .462 with 5 RBI. Brad Hoff is also hot, .409 with 7 ribbies. Manny Ramirez of the Dodgers, .400. He's also taken 7 walks in the last week. Who's not hot? Lance Berkman, .083. That's not good. Edwin Encarnacion is even worse, .037. And Russell Martin, .143 with 6 strikeouts. Welcome back to Lowe's Postgame Live. Gail Fisher here with Todd Hollinsworth. Let's head back out to Wrigley Field and hear what Lou Piniella had to say about the big victory.
We talked about 8 innings. Not only that, but he swung the bat. Good all-around game for him. He wanted to finish it, but he had close to 110 pitches, and that was enough. But it was a good ball game for us. We swung the bats and put some runs on the board, got really good pitching, and some real nice defensive plays. Hoff Power in right field, Fukadomi in center. Just a good all-around game for us.
How about your new consistent power source, Ryan Terrio?
About Ryan, huh? He got a fastball and hit it into the bleachers there in left field. In batting practice, he turns on the ball. I think since we talked to him in St. Louis, I told him, look, use those gaps. And I'll tell you what, he swung the bat well. He's been pretty consistent for us all year.
Butt on the first pitch. I don't get it. This is the best power hitter in the Cubs lineup, right?
You know, he had my thought was he's got the hardest things out of the way, especially the triple.
Off the barrel of the bat with that
and then What did he didn't get any other hits, did he? Well, I think we'll settle for a home run and a triple.
You had all that hitters reach base today. You feel like the offense is starting to...
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's good to put two good games together. But, you know, you need consistency over a period of 8 to 10 games. So let's hope this is a start of us swinging the bats and putting some runs on the board. You know, the weather's warming up now, and this is a beautiful day for a baseball game.
I imagine this isn't what you expected from Sanchez.
From who?
From Anibal Sanchez.
He's a good pitcher. He's a good pitcher. We scored runs off of him early, and then we tacked on a few, which is very important. And Derek really got a hold of one over there in left center field. So a lot of positives today. Let's see if we can continue to string some good games together.
Why risk Carlos in that role? Carlos Zambrano late in the game with a pitch hitting.
What's the risk? He's going to bat 4 times tomorrow.
What if he gets smoked by a pitch on his pitch count?
Well, how about if I got run over by a car on the way to the ballpark? You know, I've got Bradley I didn't want to use. I've got Ramirez basically I don't want to use. So I've got really Reed Johnson left on my bench and Hill. So, you know, when you're too cautious at times is when you get hurt. When you just play the game and you throw a little bit of caution to the wind, usually nothing happens. Yeah, you're always taking chances, you know, but you know, the fans enjoy watching him come up too. He's you know, he sort of gives the game the fans that finishing touch for a ball game. But you know, you're right in a way. But as short-handed as we are too, we got to be careful.
All right, taking a look at this Cubs lineup, you heard someone ask the question, isn't it nice, Todd, to see all of the starters got on base today?
Well, production top to bottom. You've got hits, you've got walks, you've got stolen bases, you've got some home runs mixed in there. The great thing that you're seeing is you're seeing RBIs from some guys, runs from other guys. This is the perfect example of contributions from top to bottom. If this team is going to win this year, if this team is going to be a playoff team, they are going to have to find a way to duplicate this more and more often. That is what, you know, Lou is talking about. The consistency has not been there offensively. What he's talking about is taking the momentum from yesterday, bringing it into today, which they did. But it's got to be over a grander period than what we've seen so far. It's just been hit or miss. It's been big games of offense and then games of nothing at all. And they have got to find a way to be more consistent, much like today, getting contributions top to bottom in this lineup.
Well, they'll try to win the series outright tomorrow in the finale. Still to come on the show, we'll have those results of today's poll question, and we will look ahead to the pitching matchup for tomorrow afternoon's series finale. Stay with us.
Precision handling, high-performance braking, smooth and comfortable ride. Tame the road, hand-cooked tires.
How does it feel to hear from someone you love? The unexpected call, silly text, or funny picture. And wouldn't it be great if it was free? Only U.S. Cellular gives you free incoming calls, texts, and pics anytime from anyone. So nearly half the time you spend on the phone is free. U.S. Cellular. Believe in something better.
Right now at Men's Warehouse, when you buy one designer suit, you'll get one free. That's right, 2 suits for less than the price of one at a department store. You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
There's something big happening at Nissan. Look closer. It's the Nissan National 10 event. Right now featuring Nissan Maxima, the 4-door sports car. Get premium sedan sophistication with 290 horsepower performance and exceptional value. Just $299 a month. Get to your Nissan dealer fast. When the tents come down, this deal will end. Look closer. Nissan delivers.
Okay. No, you don't need, we don't need that.
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray hair, and can take you to a more interesting place.
Who's that? My husband.
Just for Men.
I'm Faye McClure, Vice President of Strategic Marketing for Farmers Insurance. Farmers is proud to be the sponsor of diversity programming on Comcast Sportsnet. To learn more about our diversity initiatives, please visit iChooseFarmers.com.
Precision handling, high performance braking, smooth and comfortable ride. Tame the road, hand-cooked tires.
Welcome back. In our Cubs poll question of the day, we asked you who is the best pinch hitter right now. Is it Micah Hoffpauir? Well, we'll just get to the winner, Carlos Zambrano. How about that? Micah comes in second, though, at 35%. Big Z wins out at 39%. He pinch hit for the third straight day today. Unfortunately, he struck out, but the guy got a hit the other day. He almost missed a home run yesterday, and he's batting about .250 on the season, so why not use
There's
him?
some sarcasm in those poll results. I have to believe it. Big Z can handle himself up at the plate. We understand that. He's a good hitter, and there's an opportunity to get him up there and to be productive. He enjoys it. There's nothing wrong with that. Lou's not, people say, oh, what are you doing? I mean, he's not making a mockery of the game. He's absolutely right. Carlos feeds off the energy from the crowd. The crowd feeds off his energy. These are the things that kind of get Carlos going. I mean, this is if he could have come up maybe with a hit yesterday, I'm sure he would have taken it into tomorrow's outing, feeling all, pumped up from the results of his at-bats. He loves to hit, and there's nothing wrong with that. Especially, I mean, the results have been good, so why in the world would you not use him? I know I had the privilege of playing with Mike Hampton for quite some time, who was a very, very good hitter, and we used him all the time to pinch hit.
All right, well, he is also the starting pitcher for the Cubs tomorrow in the series finale against the Marlins. Checking it out, the pitching board here, Ricky Nolasco, the former Cub prospect, going for the Marlins.
Well, this should be an interesting game. I know Carlos, again, wants to feed off that momentum, just like we talked about. He wants to come out tomorrow, take control of this game, and hope that the guys behind him, the Cubs offense, gets rolling early and often. He's been throwing the ball fairly decent, keeping the ball down. He's going to have to do that tomorrow if the weather is much like today. He does not want to be missing with his off-speed pitches up in the zone. He'll find balls leaving the yard.
And he had a good outing in Arizona, so he's going to try to follow up with that. The key word for today has been follow-up. The guys have followed through with a win, and let's hope Big Z follows through with another victory tomorrow. That's all the time we have for Cubs Postgame Live. Don't forget, later tonight, it's Game 7 between the Bulls and Celtics. For Todd Hollingsworth, I'm Gail Fisher. Thanks for watching. I'll see you back here for Sports Night at 6.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented to you by Lowe's. This season, spring starts at Lowe's. Let's build something together. White Sox baseball all season long on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Baseball all season long on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
What it means to work at Discount Tire is taking care of people the right way and giving them great service.
Integrity to me means doing the right thing each and every time, no matter what. Without integrity, really there wouldn't be a Discount Tire.
Right now, get a $40 instant rebate on select sets of great brands.
This quote of the week is brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich, in business for over 30 years. For an insurance quote for auto, home, life, or business, please call Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich at 847-825-4783.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
We're that former American League home run champ?
Everything's good.
You didn't have to face me.
Stacy and I thought it was Lou All's best game of the year.
He didn't go in and score last night. He turnstile that guy.
I'm a basketball guy.
Comcast Sportsnet's all-star lineup.
Went crazy.
Now that's supposed to be. Down here, please.
And that's how the batting game got started.
Fans just like you.
A deep dish, big boy. Want some water?
Find all the greats on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Hi, I'm Dan Jenkins.
And I'm Mike North.
Next week on the Monsters in the Morning, we'll have a complete breakdown of the Bulls and Celtics series.
Plus, we'll preview games 3 and 4 between the Hawks and the Canucks, and we'll have the latest from the Cubs and Sox. Join us next week on Comcast Sportsnet.
Tonight, Game 2 of the Western Conference semifinals is on Comcast Sportsnet Plus, and Nikolai Habibulin looks to stand tall between the pipes as the Blackhawks battle Roberto Luongo and the Vancouver Canucks. Coverage starts with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Canucks Game 2 tonight at 7:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus.
We now join our regularly scheduled program already in progress.
Welcome back to baseball's golden age, where history comes alive in its original color. Up next, Jackie Robinson and baseball's noble experiment. In 1947, on a patch of land that exists only in memory, the son of a Georgia sharecropper took his place at second base. And in doing so, Jack Roosevelt Robinson changed the complexion of the game forever. But while Jackie and the Dodgers opened the door to players of color, integration was a gradual and often tenuous process.
Understandably, people focus on Jackie Robinson, and he deserves every accolade he's ever received. But it's not logical to assume that as soon as he broke the barrier, that all those barriers came down.
What we went through was nothing like Jackie Robinson went through, but there was still some racial prejudice.
We like to think that in one great moment, on April 15th, 1947, injustice was swept aside, but the racism in America, which was so endemic in 1946-47, didn't change very quickly. It's a very, very slow process.
It wasn't Robinson's mere presence in the lineup that forced the greatest change, but his impact on the standings. The 1947 Rookie of the Year played in more games than any of his teammates, propelling the Dodgers to the National League pennant.
Other teams saw how good Robinson was, and then a year later how good Roy Campanella was, and they began to say to themselves, we'd better get on this train. And it was almost an article of self-defense that they began signing these other outstanding players like Willie Mays, Henry Aaron, and Ernie Banks.
You're talking about the absolute cream of the crop being cherry-picked from the Negro Leagues and coming into Major League Baseball.
Or more likely the National League, which was far more progressive in filling out its rosters than the AL. In fact, it was 1955 before Elston Howard signed with the Yankees, 58 before Ozzie Virgil became a Tiger, and 59 when Pumpsie Green joined the Red Sox, a full 12 seasons after Robinson's debut.
Most of these black players, many of whom had relatively little experience with a white integrated society, found it a difficult transition.
Being around a lot of whites at the ballpark, it was so different for me. I had to learn more how to relate to people, learn their cultures, be a little more friendly with them, because I came out of the segregated society.
An entire generation of players not only had to make their way through the majors, but many of those players of color were playing in the deep South in the minor leagues and facing overt, cruel racism.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, I no sooner got to Lakeland and I had the N-word thrown at me.
I remember down in Augusta, Georgia, and this little white kid, every Sunday we played on Sunday, he always, hey nigga, hey nigga, hey nigga.
A guy down the right field line was calling me everything. It got very personal. I had never been attacked like that before. I waited until the last out. I just ran to the dugout, grabbed the bat, and I headed down the right field line, trying to find the guy. Thank goodness my teammates got a hold of me before I was able to get over the little fence that was down there and kept me from going in the stands. It's a shame that we are judged by the color of our skin because we're all the same. You couldn't go in the restaurants when they stopped to eat.
You'll be notified that you are in the wrong place and this you can't eat here.
It was strictly black and white, man. I mean, there wasn't no in between. They still had white drinking fountain, black drinking fountain. I got my feelings hurt a lot, but I grew up pretty quick.
Every young kid that played in a minor league looked at the big picture. Say someday, because of Jackie Robinson making it to the major league, they could kind of forego some of these things that happened to them and look to play in the major league eventually.
Upon reaching the majors, the players encouraged one another to remain focused on the bigger picture.
A lot of National League players, like especially Ernie Banks, he always check on me.
I used to talk to him and send him telegrams and call him on the phone.
Twice a week. He's all right, big man. Everything's going, you know, you this and that. You got to fight that. You got to stand up.
Don't let this stand in your way. Don't let this ruin your opportunity to play at the major league level.
But ultimately, it was the example of Jackie Robinson that provided lasting inspiration for these noble pioneers. His courage made the once unimaginable a reality.
I didn't think there would be any chance of a black kid having to play in the major leagues. But he had the vision, and he felt that one day it would happen. 5 years later, I was in the major leagues, playing at Wrigley Field against Jackie Robinson.
Jackie Robinson, as a cultural figure, was one of the most important Americans of the 20th century. He represented everybody who believed in equality and fair play.
Jackie Robinson not only changed baseball, but he transcended the game. He changed the way people thought about our country.
Jackie, in his own way, was as important as Martin Luther King. Baseball was the national pastime, and he changed it forever.
Next, the Cinderella stories of the Golden Age. We take a look at pennant-winning one-hit wonders.
My name is Blake, and I'm the chief shoe giver at Tom's Shoes. I operate my entire business from my phone. I need a network with great coverage, because for every pair of shoes that we sell, we give a pair away to a child in need. It would be impossible for me to do this without a network that works around the world.
More bars in more places. AT&T, the best coverage worldwide.
Welcome back to baseball's golden age, where the glory of legends past is relived today in its original color through a rare collection of home movies taken by major league players and fans from the 1930s through the 1960s. Next up, one-hit wonders of the golden age. During baseball's golden age, the equation was simple. Win the pennant, go to the World Series. And for much of the era, teams like the Yankees, Dodgers, and Cardinals dominated. There were, however, those rare seasons when perennial losers found themselves fighting for a pennant. Like 1950, when a crop of young ball players in Philadelphia became one-hit wonders.
We talk about the curse of the Cubs, but the real curse of baseball in the 20th century was really the curse of Philadelphia. Not only were the Philadelphia A's a woeful franchise, but their twin brother, the Philadelphia Phillies, were almost equally as horrible. It's no wonder that Philadelphia fans were so surly.
5 straight seasons they had lost more than 100 games. That occurred late 30s, early 40s. Ultimately, the Phillies went bankrupt. The league took over the team in 1942. It was bought by a man named William Cox. But that very same year, Cox was banned for life from baseball for, strangely enough, betting on the Phillies. But quickly thereafter, the Phillies won the pennant in 1950 with a team that was known as the Whiz Kids. Their average age is about 23. There were 2 Hall of Famers to begin with on that team, Robin Roberts, the pitcher, and center fielder Richie Ashburn.
But the promise promise of the Whiz Kids never materialized, as they were swept by the Yankees in the World Series and did not return to postseason play for nearly 30 years. Over in the American League, after finishing second or third for 7 straight seasons, the Go-Go White Sox, so called for their speed, had their one-hit wonder season in 1959.
The Go-Go White Sox were the team that put the stolen base back in the game.
Somebody got the idea of go-go, and it just hung on all through the 50s because we had speed all the way through the lineup.
The White Sox would run him to death. Louis Aparicio would get on with a bunt hit.
Nelly bunted him to second.
He'd steal third, and Jim Landis would hit a fly ball, knock him in.
And we win 1-0.
All through the 50s, they were the team that might beat the Yankees, and they didn't. It took the whole decade. So when it finally happened, it was the first White Sox pennant in 40 years, and the town went crazy.
The mayor of Chicago, the original Richard Daley, picked up the phone and told Fire Chief Quinn, turn on the fire sirens in Chicago, we're celebrating. The only problem was, this was in the middle of the Cold War, so anyone that wasn't a White Sox fan thought we were being attacked.
The White Sox lost in 6 games to the LA Dodgers in the first World Series played in California, and the last the White Sox would attend for almost 50 years. The following season, 1960, another one-hit wonder emerged.
During the late 40s and early 1950s, Pirates usually finished in 8th place or 7th place in an 8-team league.
The Pirates were so bad from my rookie year in 52 all the way through 57, we finished dead last.
None of us were ready to play in the big league ball. It took us 2 or 3 years to get settled down. We weren't major league. We were AAA ball players or less.
But we were learning how to play and learning how to win.
By 1960, the young Bucks had fully matured, with players like Roberto Clemente, Bill Mazeroski, batting champ and MVP Dick Groat, and Cy Young Award winner Vern Law. The Pirates won their first pennant since 1927.
The Yankees came here, and nobody gave the Pirates a prayer. Every time they lost in the series, they lost astronomically. They would lose by 10 runs or something. And the games that they won were always close.
Including the 7th and final game of the series, won by Bill Mazeroski's home run in the 9th inning.
Pittsburgh stayed with the Pirates, even as losers. They stuck with the Pirates because they were their team. You don't turn your back on your own team.
The one-hit wonders of the Golden Age were awarded fan loyalty because in baseball, one magical summer can turn a perennial pennant pumpkin into a Cinderella in spikes. Coming up, we've all experienced it, falling in love with the game all over again.
From the mountain walls, forever it stands, and proudly it calls, guiding you on to blue skies everywhere.
For generations, more families have built a lifetime of memories with the confidence that Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois will continue to be there for all the adventures yet to come.
Find blue skies everywhere.
Welcome back to baseball's golden age. Baseball has always been a source of inspiration for America's great storytellers. Each week, we combine our film with the work of baseball pros. Next up, how one author fell in love with baseball. This week's call to the pen, Tom Stanton.
I'm Tom Stanton, and this is from my book, The Road to Cooperstown. There are times when a passion burns so strongly that nothing seems as significant, and the things that should matter fade into the shadows, outshone by a hero, a hobby, or a newfound love. And it happened to me when I was 11, and baseball pulled my life into its orbit, spinning me gloriously into the sport, sending me on a dreamy journey alight with promise and populated with K-lines and Loliches and Hortons. What I wanted most was to talk baseball.
about it to convert the uninitiated, to fill my hours with all they could hold. My dad understood. He had been similarly enraptured in the age of Ruth and Gehrig. He had collected baseball cards as a boy and read books about Ty Cobb, and he savored our common passion. I grew up hearing him and my uncles talk of Charlie Gehringer and Dizzy Dean, and Schoolboy Rowe, who won 16 straight in 1934. Early on, I got my first glimpse of Tiger Stadium, the ballpark of my youth, a towering, embracing place, a home to heroes, a keeper of dreams. It was the beginning for me, and to be entirely forthright, I remember little of it. Many of the players who shared in that summer went on to become my idols. Their legends not just lingering, but growing larger. Each week, our incredible film library will transport you back to when baseball was truly America's pastime. Tune into every episode of Baseball's Golden Age.
For the great and a springboard to success for some of the biggest names in the sport of tennis for 109 years. So who will emerge today and join a legacy of a tradition-rich sport in a tradition-rich place? So jump on your hog and come on down to Ojai as we welcome you to Ojai, California for 109 years, the home of championship tennis. These are the Pac-10 Conference Tennis Championships presented by World Financial Group. And we start today with our men's final and two freshmen, Bradley Klon and Steve Johnson. And hello again, everybody. Barry Tompkins, along with the doyen of collegiate tennis coaches, Dick Gould. I learned that word from Dan Maskell, Dick. I had to go look it up.
What a pleasure to be back. We're going to see a great final today, Barry. These kids, they can play. They're young. They're both freshmen. Big games, big serves, and big forehand. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. A couple of young guys, both freshmen. Bradley Klon, Steve Johnson. Steve Johnson from Orange, California, and Bradley Klon from not too far from here, up in Poway, California. Steve Johnson, big guy, 6'4", sort of prototypical tennis size these days.
A lot of power out there, and these guys epitomize both of that. So here we have Bradley Klon serving first, and a good left-handed serve.
Here's the road for Steve Johnson.
Johnson beats Agusi of Washington in first round, straight sets against Ismail of UCLA. Very good close third set match against Cal's top player. And a good win over the number 20 ranked sophomore from Stanford, Alex Clayton, the number 2 seeded.
So it'll be, as you pointed out, Klon to serve first, and here's how he got here.
A straight set so far over UCLA, USC, UCLA again, a really good match actually, and a big win over the number 1 seed, defending finalist Robert Farah of USC yesterday.
Yeah, to get to Ojai, he had to go through Brooklyn. Trying to run on that backhand was Johnson, dumped it into the net.
We'll see a lot of that on both players. I think Steve might run more, a little more than Bradley will.
A foot fault.
He had a couple called on him yesterday, too.
I hate that call, dude. Just out.
Can't step over the free throw line.
That's true. Makes it an inch closer, huh?
Well, these two big servers, that inch is pretty important.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
think, Barry, that might be a little bit of a precursor of this match. You see him quick to come in, and that was set up by a return that didn't do too much. I think the player who can control that return off of a good serve is going to be the player who can set the tempo of the point and have an advantage. Both these players will come in net.
And so, first game of this championship match, and Bradley Klahn holds at love. Today's Pac-10 Tennis Championship event is presented by World Financial Group. You've got dreams, we've got your financial strategies. Visit worldfinancialgroup.com to locate a WFG associate in your area. And we welcome you back to Ojai. 109 years this place has been around. Barry Tompkins, Dick Gould alongside. And Dick, it's really interesting in the sport of college tennis. Now, they always talk about in other sports how any team can beat any team on any given day, and that's certainly the case here, too. These two guys, I don't think anybody expected them to be here.
Well, I would disagree. I think both of them had solid seasons, and they're both good players. They're very good friends. They were doubles partners in the National Junior Championship, which was the finals at Kalamazoo this last year. Played in the winning national junior team together as teammates. Very close and very, very talented. Again, there's a case of not being able to control the point on the return of serve off a good serve, and you see USC at the net. They will serve and volley a little bit, too. You don't see too much of that nowadays.
So far, both guys playing a very similar game. And as you said, there's no secrets because they know each other very well from the junior ranks.
See if Bradley can control this serve or if he's going to play a little more conservative in the match. He's going for it. Steve is a real good kick serve. He gets up there pretty high, and he got a little bit out of Alex's strike zone. This is a big difference in the match yesterday against Alex Clayton.
Just moved in on his hands that time. Johnson's first year, of course, at USC. Just a freshman, both of them just a freshman.
Steve's been playing mostly at number 3, but he's played 2 some. SC is a very fine team. They're ranked number 5 in the country. Certainly have a chance in the national championship, and with Peter Smith as a coach. Another high kick serve, really hard to handle up there. Can take that backhand aggressively and drive it. He also has a beautiful slice, and I think you'll see that as an approach shot and a neutralizing shot some too. You know, you say playing a friend, it must be comfortable playing a friend, but it's not, and sometimes that can be the most difficult match of all. They played once this year, and actually Bradley won a close duel match in the Stanford USC duel.
Got to it, just couldn't finish the shot.
There's that serve and volley. Yeah, I would expect Steve probably 1.5, 2 times a game to utilize that. He's more effective with doing it. He'll do it more. There he comes in. Nice serve. Open the court up with it. Serve will kick up a little bit. So Bradley's probably got to move into it some he can.
He did just that. There.
That's a little bit of an early morning shot there.
Yeah.
Hard to find that groove sometimes starting out.
And it is early. It's earlier than most of these guys usually play. And the reason for that, of course, is it usually gets very hot here. And not so hot this morning, though.
Beautiful tennis morning. So far, the sun's no factor, but it will become a factor for the left-hander on this side a little later on. as long. Nice return. That ball, he stepped up to it well, though, kept that ball low. It's hard. This ball's down the middle. You don't really have much angle for your volley. It's a lot easier sometimes to volley when the ball's out wide. This is going to be a big key in this match, whether Bradley can step up to that return or that high kicker and take it really and dictate it. Setting the tempo of the point on the return, to me, that really is the key to this match for both players.
And now the first break point opportunity of this match in game number 2 for Bradley Klahn. Just get started here.
We'll see if Bradley moves in a little bit, or if he stays back and plays a little more conservative. Looks like he's staying back here. Way back.
Yeah.
Variety with the slice. And around that forehand.
This is a great shot right there.
That's his strength. He'll hit that from the alley regularly and efficiently. Watch him go around this, way over to the alley. Opens up that court. And Bradley just can't get there.
Okay, 4 out of 10 in first serves now for Steve Johnson. Like to get that number up a little bit, I'm sure. That was the hold.
Now they've served volley. It's 3 or 4 this game. Don't see it too much anymore.
No, you don't. It's a dying art, isn't it?
And I think it still has a real place, and I really admire the guys who take the time to learn that part of the game. I think it has a big place out in tennis right now. These guys are playing so far off the baseline. That's a great serve. Pick that ball up high to that forehand.
So he holds for 1-all. We're just getting started here in the men's championship. Still to come, the women's title. Bradley Klahn, as we said, a freshman out of Poway, California. It's north of San Diego.
Bradley is a very quick to his feet. He moves them well for a tall guy. Sometimes he can drift a little bit as matches. You see 2 or 3 games where he's thinking about something else maybe a little bit. If he can sustain his concentration, that's going to be a key to this match. He did a good job of it yesterday against Spera. Like in Spera of SC, you have to do that or not going to have much chance.
Came out with that short ball.
I think we have a potentially really good, great final here. These players are not reluctant to attack. They'll pressure quickly, they'll pressure early. Bradley will serve and volley some too.
Yeah, they seem very well matched.
Both have strengths, both have strong serves.
And a double fault. Yeah, double fault. There you are. See what you did to him?
Chance right here for Steve. Big chance here for Steve Johnson.
2 great point chances here.
Tried to swing that first serve out a little wide, and in doing so, that toss got out there a little too far. Ball, second serve, Steve took advantage of.
Just dumped him into the net, and we have our first break of the match. So Steve Johnson gets the first break. He leads 2-1. He will serve when we come back to the Ojai Valley for the Pac-10 Conference Men's Championship after this.
U.S. Bank, we support athletics, the arts, and anyone with a dream. Support that's not just about money. It's about investing our time and our care to make the most of the places we call home. That's the power of U.S. Bank. 5-star service guaranteed.
We've made a great product even better.
Now every drop of Shell gasolines contain a nitrogen-enriched cleaning system that seeks and destroys engine gunk left by lower-quality gasoline.
It protects engines from performance-robbing gunk.
Try new nitrogen-enriched Shell gasolines.
What's your pit type? Sweaty? Hairy? Sensitive? Introducing the first line of customized protection, New Speed Stick Pro. What's your pit type? I used to be a dreamer.
I used to be a dreamer.
I used to be a dreamer. Now I'm a doer.
At World Financial Group, we're pretty sure you don't want to wait for the future. You shouldn't have to compromise your dreams either. You've got your life plans. We've got your financial strategies. World Financial Group. Let's get on with it.
Lilly Park here in Ojai, the Pac-10 Conference Men's Tennis Championship, and the first service break of the match goes to Steve Johnson, the freshman from USC.
And he's a good one. One of the top Jews in the country. A big first serve. I've always seen that big forehand. Second serve is big too. He kicks it up very high. He's not quite as fast as Bradley, probably with his speed. That forehand, they both do. Uses that Prince graphite racket. Strings that thing about 62 pounds. In college tennis, you, in the men's division, at least you play the lefts, and so that's why Bradley was up there to take advantage of that.
Up the line. So a little opening to get that break right back for Bradley Klahn.
Yeah, but good approach shot, but Bradley was there. Here we go. Staying with the ball, pretty far back in the court, but a beautifully at backhand.
There's one he'd like to have back.
What a chance for Bradley right here to get back in this match.
Yeah, triple break point.
He looks a little looser this game. He
does, doesn't he?
Opened up and maybe a little more awake. Maybe a certain volley here at low 40. We'll see. Huh? It's a tough shot.
Sure is. That slice.
Underspinning that ball. Not very many underspinning forehands nowadays, but boy, when you do that, it's a tough ball to get under. It's a pass shot. Takes off quick, too.
Still 2 chances for Klahn.
Break time, Brad. Go, Brad.
I still expect a serving volley here. Let's see what he does.
Yep, he did come in. He's gotten through 2 break points. Now faces a third.
Sure want to get that ball in play when you have those break point chances. Tough serve. Kicks up. See, Bradley stands in a little bit of this. Or if he stays back and takes a bigger swing. Looks like he's staying back.
There. No avail.
What a nice play by Steve. He saw Bradley back up on that big second serve and was ready for that with a little drop shot forehand and caught him. Look how far back he is. Pulled off that ball, so he's not going to hit as decisively. Smart shot by Steve Johnson. Deuce.
Chance for Bradley Klahn.
Both these players are quick to get in. That's why this could be an interesting match.
3 chances get away. Now has a 4th.
Somebody called a left. Somebody called a left.
Not sure what this discussion is about. That's Chris Preston, who was in the chair.
The official said something, I have to call a hindrance. I have to replay the point. He made a sound. He made a sound. I heard something. I didn't know who it was. He said something, so I asked him. He said, yes, he made a sound. So I have to replay the point. I have to replay the point.
That is a tough call.
Incredible. I've never...
Official hindrance?
Well, that's the way it goes. Pull yourself together, Bradley, here, because this guy's not going to let you sit on it.
Tried to go to the high part of the net.
Interesting, though, he did step in that return. Didn't let the ball play him so much. And I think he's going to have to do that. Control the tempo of the point off the return. Easy to say and hard to do against those serves.
That's it. So Johnson holds, and a real turn for Bradley Klon, as he had a breakpoint chance taken away. They replayed the point, and then Johnson won the next 2.
Well, Steve did a great job pulling out of that game. Bradley had him in a big hole of trouble and let him off the hook with a couple of serve returns, and that was a beautiful slice that Steve Johnson hit. Both these boys sliced their backhands very, very well.
Peter Smith saying, I'll take it.
Off the court. So often you get that short ball and you think, I'm going to play it deep down the line, but the angle was there and he used that short angle. It's a shot that's often forgotten in tennis. Best players use it well. Legs look like a little tired. He's got to get up in those legs a little more, like that.
Oof. Had the whole court and missed it. That was just a loose shot.
Yeah, but you hope it doesn't keep him serving volleying. You have to put the pressure on and mix it up a little bit.